Thanks for taking the time out on a beautiful day to come in and help us spend your money. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Coast Salish people, including our near neighbors, the Shiano First Nation and the South First Nation. Welcome to the Special Finance meeting of March 21st, 2023. Please have your cell phones turned off. And just a note for those of you who may or may not know, the meeting is being recorded, as it always is, and live streamed at machosen.ca. Written and verbal submissions will become part of the public record and are subject to Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Council, may I have a motion to accept the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Gray, second by Mayor Little. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Public participation. Is there anyone from the community that would like to speak? If so, state your name and your street. And I'm going to recuse myself because one of my neighbors wishes to speak to a topic that may be on the agenda tonight. So I will pass the chair to alternate finance chair, which will be Councillor Gray.
So come on up.
Wasn't expecting that.
If you could state your name and address, please.
Penny Ray, sure, 995 Frontcliff Place. I'm speaking regarding the Flesh Road. I understand there's a line item on the budget now of 40,000. Anybody able to expand on what that's going to cover and where we're at with the Flesh Road fire exit?
I can confirm that it says $40,000 on the sheets that we have here tonight. Would anybody else like to say something with regards?
Do we know? Because there was three, I guess status quo was always one, but that wasn't part of it. It was going to be making it a trail, of repairing it. And I just wanted it on the record once again. Last week, or last meeting that I spoke at, I am concerned that we would want to take our motorhome over that bridge if High Mount became closed, as it has, and 2 other fire occasions. If I can't take it, I wouldn't be the one probably wanting to get reimbursed. I'm sure my insurance company wouldn't be too happy if we had a method now that was required by the development process to have a fire egress on that end of the street. And then somehow I said, well, I can't risk it. It's not repaired well enough, and got in a car and drove away in a car, or walked. I don't know how we'd get out yet. Hopefully it never happens, but again, having been a witness to a heat dome fire, or sorry, a fire without heat dome or wind, but then being terrified watching. And again, you know, I'm doing what I can by putting sprinklers on my buildings on the property, but I really want to take my motorhome. It's a beautiful way to live if I had to live that way in the short term. But anyways, I just wanted to know what that 40,000, had they come up with anything?
Yes, I just found something in my notes here. On December 8th, the Finance Committee, or rather Public Works, received a report from our engineer, and there were several options there. Repair and remediation, total $210,000, total deactivation, $99,000, and pedestrian cyclists used $44,000 for structural work. But if you include the water and the gas line, the figures for repair and remediation were $240,000.
Which was more.
The total deactivation, removing the bridge, was $270,000, and pedestrian cyclists used $44,000.
So 40 sounds like you're thinking pedestrian.
40, I think, would reflect the pedestrian use, yes.
So not to maintain the requirement, sorry.
Correct. Councillor Schuchen?
Mary Lou, defer to you if you.
No, I'd like to comment on that because we haven't made a decision regarding that, and it's already on the budget. This is coming up for deliberation, I think, next month, and so no decisions have been made, so I don't know how that got onto the budget as that figure.
Thank you. I'm glad I brought it up then. At least I have some idea what the next step is going to be, and that's.
Councillor Grant, can I add to that?
Yes, please.
So this 40,000 is a figure that has been in the budget for the past couple of years, so that's just that number carried over. Whatever the decision is, does it has no tax impact, because that's coming up in the reserve. So that's just placeholder carried over from the past figure that's been used in the past budget.
Okay.
Thank you, Suzanne.
So,
Oh, Mary Lou.
So I guess what you're saying is it's been in the budget over the years, it's never been spent, the bridge hasn't been maintained nor anything put towards it, and then it's coming forward as 40, so that 40,000 hasn't accrued any interest or it hasn't been cumulative, it's just 40,000 carried over year to year.
nor inflation, nor, right. But you're saying next month it's on the agenda item for further discussion and another appearance.
Councillor Epp?
It was supposed to be on the Public Works agenda this month, but we are waiting for some information we wanted to get from Fortis Gas and the.
See, had this been maintained over the last 15 or 20 that it hasn't been looked at, you know, somebody else is benefiting from the budget that should have at least accumulated, and you know, even if it had been at 10,000 a year for the last 50, we'd have more than enough money, but I just want everybody to be safe, and I know I read once from the fire chief that not every subdivision or mountain road access has two accesses or egresses. But again, I think I pointed out, I'm not going to close off my doors because my neighbor only has one. I'm just really, truly worried. He'd have to be in that tract little subdivision, and with gas there, everything there. It's a big worry. I'd like to see that bridge maintained as a fire exit. It was a requirement of the subdivision, and that fellow has been very kindly keeping that his access and to it. So thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you very much.
That's not me.
I wonder if anybody, maybe Michelle, before we start, is anybody else would like to speak about Flesh Road, the bridge? If not, Michelle, perhaps I'll just take a moment and invite Councillor Donaldson back in the room. Thank you, Mary Lou. It's difficult for me to see you. I'm sorry you're having to wave vigorously, but the way the table's set up, it's not easy to see the people we're meeting with. Welcome back.
Thank you.
My name is Michelle Jones. I'm at 15290 William Head Road, and I have a question about a line item under transportation on, I think it's page 5 of the budget, and it is section 230 of William Head Road. You have allocated $1.115 million to repair or repave what? I think there's a single pothole. And I'd just like to know what part of William Head is up for repair that costs $1.1 million, and then I have something to say about it.
Councillor Schuman?
Thanks, Michelle. That is a question I have as well. And I think I would like to get some more information as we go through the budget process. So I don't know if we should expect an answer right now, or should we get those?
Well, then, let me just go on the record for this. If you're talking about the Pearson College Drive to the prison, which is I think what's under debate. There are 5 houses.
Susie, our CFO might be able to help answer that.
That is the section we were talking about, the section
Okay.
that's towards the prison.
Between Pearson College Drive and William Head Prison, there are 5 houses. On the northeast side, our house is right up against the D&D land, and there is an abandoned house, largely abandoned property next to us, and the property on the corner is accessed from Mary Hill. On the southeast side, there is a property next to the trail, another house with a gate on it, and a house under construction. We're talking a maximum of 3 people per house, so you're really talking 12 to 15 people. Any other land there is either D&D or it's in the land that will be seeding. And so I want to know why we're spending $1.15 million on 12 people. All it encourages is more racetrack drivers to come out and test their high-performance cars, and I've been complaining about that for 7 years. And I'm not alone. I've talked to people in the neighborhood. This is the first they've heard of it. So I just want to make my objections really clear. There's nothing wrong with that road that 35 miles an hour won't solve. It can do with maybe a patch here or there, and that's it. And I object to this kind of money being spent.
Anyone else have anything they'd like to say?
I'm Nicole Shukin, Lavon Road resident. Yeah, I just, this is off the fly a little bit, but I remember Bev Bacon a couple of years ago talking about using like just natural ditches, like just leaving the ditches grassed and swale-like. And so I'm just interested in the staff proposed increase to the ditching budget, which is quite significant. And I would love to see us think about the ditches as a kind of like nature-based solution to biofiltration of all that ditching material that otherwise just gets scraped out and like, I don't know where, I think the district has to pay to have it like landfilled as well as ditched. So I just think there could be major savings as well as like a really fantastic like ecological solution, especially in the age of climate change with flooding and drought and so on. I think just leaving like natural swale like ditches would be a terrific idea. So maybe there could be a pilot project, part of a chosen for 1 year or something could be kind of left natural, part could be ditched, and you could just sort of assess the difference over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That's funny. Nicole and I did not collude on this. But I would like to talk about the ditches too, because I've just been learning about, Allison lives at Darien Place. I've been learning about how valuable they can be in filtering the everything that comes off of the roads, and also in anchoring the soil in place if you leave the vegetation. And what got me started was on the community cleanup day, I was down on William Head Road, and there's all these native rushes, which are very good at filtering. They're actually one of the things that are used in biological filtration systems. So, and they're native, so they are having, biodiversity benefits as well. So I actually looked up, and the city of Halifax has a whole web page on this and talking about the benefits of vegetated ditches. And so just to very briefly, I talked to Gary Squarefoot about it, and he said when he worked for Colwood, they just kept the vegetation in the ditches trimmed. And while the workers were weed eating, they were also checking culverts and other parts of the storm drain, and so it was very cost effective. And I imagine that one of the concerns would be that vegetation would clog the ditches and cause flooding after a time, but I think if you, took out the problem vegetation and just used the vegetation that kind of let the water flow, I think that's fine. And maybe I'll send a couple of links with this information, because I was surprised at how common it is to just leave your ditches. And of course, it prevents the sides from caving in. Yeah.
Thanks. Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Certainly. Sure. Yeah.
I was just going to say that I have requested in the last term that, the public works staff, when they were checking into the ditches, that they do look at areas where they could leave the live swales. It's like natural asset management. But what I was told was that they were doing that. I hope, but that also, there was a few drawbacks to it. And one is because of the area we live in, we have so many needles coming off the fir trees, and they really clog the culverts, as well as the other windfall and so on that comes off the trees. And the trimming, so it can actually not be, while I think it has really good environmental, benefits, it isn't necessarily that cost effective, because it is a lot of staff time to trim the ditches, as well as trying to clear out all the fir needles that are falling. So, it's something that we need to look into further, just to see in areas where we can do it, and areas where we can't, where it just won't work. So, it is something that we have talked about.
Great. I'll see if I can get some more information, and if I do, send it along.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Schuster.
Well, the only thing I was going to say is that maybe we pick an area or two where we could do a pilot project over the course of a number of years. Pick an area that is a good candidate for doing these bioswales or, unditched ditches. Live swales, thank you. And, that'd be interesting to look closer at. So.
Mary Lou.
Yeah, I think live swales is a great idea. It's a great natural filtration system, as you both mentioned. One thing we have to keep into consideration when we do the analysis is how much it does cost us to do the ditching. Then we have to test the material to see if it's contaminated. The contaminated needs to go to a special deposition site, as well as the other. We need to do something with the other. Historically, we've paid people to take it on their land, whether it was contaminated or not. That's no longer a viable option for us, and many people, many municipalities use this. What I've observed is whenever we're doing new paving, the first thing that is done is the ditches are all dug out, and that allows for more, the first thing that comes back actually is broom. So then we have that added burden of taking out the broom. It's a never-ending problem. And so if you're going to do a cost-benefit analysis, we'll have to take into consideration all those factors, but I think it's a great idea.
Thank you. Any other comments? Were there any other?
I'll keep on the ditch thing.
Ladies first?
Brent Donaldson, Challister Court. I was a trails coordinator for 4 years for the district, and one of the things that I appreciate the fellows going and doing the ditching, but every time the ditching took place along roadsides, we lost shoulder. And that was very apparent on William Head Road out by Fernie Farm. The works crew of the day did an awesome job, made a nice wide shoulder, and then when we start repaving again, we ditch, and then the ditch, it makes the shoulder smaller. I attended, so that's one option or to consider, is removal of material. The ditches always get bigger. I attended a stormwater management for rural and farmland about 2 weeks ago at the Horticultural Center. And just adding to what Allison made a note to is that a lot of the vegetation and then in the ditches actually do filtering of some of the bad stuff that comes off the roadway, whether it's salt or road oils or oils that come from vehicles. So certainly if a ditch is working and we can avoid scooping all the good stuff out of it, I understand there's flooding issues, but I think over the years, I'm sure the district has a pretty good feel on the trouble spots, and maybe we just focus on them rather than just arbitrarily just reditching and kind of making a mess. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer Burgess, 3837 Duke Road. It's mostly for clarification of what we're doing today, I think. I'm very curious to know about our reserve funds and how they impact or will be impacted by this kind of budget planning. None of our budget meetings so far have addressed
how our reserve funds may be implemented. And this year, I think they will be extremely important to look at, considering the massive 2.4 million grant that we've received. The question is, will that grant just be included in operating and capital budgets that we are approving so far, that we've discussed so far? I understand you're going to hold a public meeting about input on the Growing Communities Fund, and I really encourage that. I'm sure community members have lots of ideas. I hope we get more people who attend rather than the numbers we usually get at budget meetings. But I think when we work hard on operating capital, we really need to think about 3 other bigger picture things that are happening right now. First of all, how will this community react to climate change? What are your actions going to be? They certainly will need to be funded and considered in budgets and what you may want to expend on that. The reserve funds, how they may be altered if we move forward on actions like the planning for the fire hall. And then of course the Growing Communities Fund, which I would anticipate and hope that it's not just going to be part of your immediate capital and operating fund. I would think that when we get a massive amount of dollars like that, that we figure out how we can use them over an extended period of time. And I'm going to bring up one sentence that may be controversial in this community. But in fact, I've looked up the Municipal Finance Authority. Borrowing at the moment is 4.17%. Now, at the increase of cost of living at the moment, say increase of 2% per year, you borrow 5 million now, 2 years down the road, it's only going to get you 4 million worth of something. So you have a very competent municipal finance officer, and I think that those things should be included in what we're debating in our budget times. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor Little?
Yeah, just to answer a few of Jennifer's questions. The reserve and surplus was defined and identified in agenda item 3A on February 28th. The actual numbers were defined in agenda item 3A on page 28 of, I think it was February 21st. February 21st, where are you? February 21st finance meeting. So you can get all the figures from there, as well as the definitions and the types of reserves that we have.
Oh, good. That's good to know that you have them.
Avril Windfall Road. I actually just noticed Windfall Road is on the budget for 20,000 this year. What would 20,000 cover? Pothole?
That's correct, potholes for patching.
Okay, so have we got an existing pothole?
And that's the figure that's given by Public Works as well as the volunteer roads contractor that did the assessments.
Okay, I know one has been repaired, I think this year, but I don't know of another. If it's, I'll check, because maybe that $20,000 can be removed. That's a start to your cuts.
Any other comments from the public? Councilor Gray.
I just had a question about, Jennifer Burgess mentioned a public meeting about the Growing Communities Fund. Is there a meeting scheduled?
No, not yet. Mayor Little.
Yeah, so just for everybody's awareness, we were awarded a grant of $2.4 million from the provincial government. It's called the Growing Communities Fund. This is mainly for infrastructure, not for operating costs. We've just received a notation, a letter from Minister Kang last week on the 16th, That was circulated to council today on paper format. I promise that we will have a discussion at some point regarding what we're going to do with that fund. It will be deposited in the reserve account, not into reserves, but into a special reserve account at the municipality no later than March 31st. It doesn't look from any of the materials that I've seen that there's a deadline for spending the money. And it looks like it's pretty loose capital projects, very similar and expanded on what Minister Dean spoke about when she was here at the meeting.
Very good, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Gray, for raising that point, and I should have clarified. I did address public input at the last community planning meeting, but I think I referred to it as public input, not a specific public meeting. I might go back and correct myself, but yeah, clearly we do want further input on the.
Yeah,
so.
there'll be an opportunity for everybody to speak to that item, as well as an opportunity for the public to give us their ideas as well. I don't know whether it's going to be an independent meeting, but there will be a meeting of sort.
So anyone from the public that wants to speak, somebody to come in a bit late. Sure.
I apologize for coming so late. I thought the meeting was at 4:30. And if you've already dealt with this item, I apologize again. When I looked at the package you have today, there were two things that jumped out at me. One was the $275,000 in the capital portion for a single axle truck. And I was wondering, since there's no sheet to back it up or any details, this $275,000 includes all the taxes and fees associated with it, the painting and the decals of the truck to make it up to district and chosen standards, whether that price includes the accessories such as lights and radio, tool racks, things of that nature, whether it includes snowplow, whether that price includes a salt and sanding box and equipment associated with. All of those things are required to give us a complete vehicle that we can count on. And I think that was the logic that was presented a little while ago in that regards. The second part of that is what's happening to the old truck? I assume it's going to be put up for sale as per our policy, public auction. And the second component to that is if I look at the CFO's report on page 6 of 10, you'll see that in 2021, $335,000 was budgeted for a pumper truck for the fire department. But in 2020, I should say, I've got these numbers backwards here, I see this. Anyways, it started off as $335,000 in 2020. They went up to $600,000 in 2021, and now we're expecting $670,000. You know, that sort of stuff is a bit scary. And I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak so late in the meeting. And again, I apologize for coming late.
Thanks.
Okay, so we'll move on to reports. I'd like to thank staff for preparing today's agenda package and entering the changes that we've been discussing over the last few weeks. To start this next part, CFO Tarnowski has a PowerPoint for us, and hopefully we'll be able to answer some of the questions that have already been raised today.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. So the purpose of this really high-level overview of the capital budget is to help you better understand the number that is on page 7. Because on that page 7, where the roads, primarily roads expenses, it doesn't specify the funding source, so it can be a little bit tricky to follow along. So that's really the intent of that. So before we get started, so a couple of goals and must do, which I'm recommending that we address tonight. So you'll see in my report that there are a couple of additional requests were made to the operating budget. So you'll see those items on the report. And then, like I said, I will be providing more detail on the particularly funding sources for the capital. And the next thing that we really need to focus our attention on is timing and the details to ensure that we meet the statutory deadline, which is to adopt the tax rate and financial plan bylaws by May 15th. So that's not on May 15th, it has to be by May 15th. And you'll see that in the detail in the next few slides. So a really quick timeline, we're on March 31st. So we're going to be talking about capital budget today. And the proposal is with the input that for staff to bring back a complete draft financial plan on April 3rd, so that we both the operating and capital components. The open house is being proposed for on April 11th, and then when we get to April 24th, then I'm recommending that council give first, second, and third readings to both bylaws, and those being the financial plan and tax rate bylaws, and with the goal of adopting those bylaws on May 1st. So the budget in summary, because there were a couple items that were requested to be added to the general operating budget. So currently as it stands, it's at 13.3 general tax increase for 2023. Okay, please note that that number does not include the police tax, which can range from 2.5 to 3.7%. And of course, it goes without saying that any proposed items in the budget are subject to council approval. So this slide here is to help you navigate the information on page 7 a little better. So you notice that for the proposed truck, the funding source is from the municipal reserve. So I can say at this point that all the reserves have the balances to support these proposed expenditures. So school site minor capital is from the school site reserve. Trails development is from the gas tax reserve. So as far as we know, this year will be the last year that municipalities will be receiving gas tax funding. As of date, we haven't received further communication whether or not this funding source, whether it be in gas tax or some other alternate source, will continue. So as far as we know at this point, this is the last year of the gas tax reserve. Weir speed stairs, $50,000 from the roads reserve. Fire department equipment is from the fire equipment reserve. Capital paving, that chunk on William Head Road, $600,000 is from the gas tax, and the remainder is from the roads reserve. Flesh Street Bridge is going to be a roads reserve, and the road maintenance. So those particular are the potholes you will see on page 7. Those being the East Loop Road, $40,000. Harold, sorry, it's just on my line. Glen Forest for $10,000. Liberty for LeBon for 7, and Windfall for 20. So those are all that adds up to $77,000 that will be funded from the 2022 surplus, which is also commonly referred to as the one-time request. So if you flip over to page 9 of your report, so those will speak to the funding sources that are proposed to be from the 2022 surplus. So these are the one-time requests. And you will note that the patch roads, or the roads maintenance, is on here again. So we're not proposing that we're doubling the amount. It's just that it's on here to show you the funding source that is going to be from the 2022 surplus and not the reserve. Okay, so everything else on here, you will see the funding source primarily being from the surplus, the total right now, regardless of the hierarchy or the ranking that was given at previous meetings, they're all on here so that the committee doesn't lose sight of the projects that have been discussed. So you will see that the total at this moment is $345,380. And then, but if you flip over to page 10 of your report, which details where the underspending and overspending came from 2022 to arrive of surplus of $207,000. So as it stands, if you were to implement all the projects that are on page 9, you will need to cut about $140,000 from the one-time request. Okay. So again, this slide is just in a summary to reiterate the timeline, which is getting very tight for us. So the proposal next step is after today's meeting is staff will present the complete draft 2023 to 2027 operating and capital budget. At that time, the committee will have another opportunity to provide any input, ask questions, or make any last-minute changes. So the next step will be to have the open house scheduled on April 11th. And after that, it's going to be followed by first, second, and third readings to the bylaws. Those are the financial plan and the tax rate bylaws. That's proposed for April 24th. And then the last step is to adopt the bylaw on May 1st at a regular meeting. That is that slide, so happy to take any questions.
Okay. Sorry. Through you, Councillor Donaldson. Sue-Lynn, could you go back a few slides to the reserves, table on the reserves?
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Could you tell me what the impact would be to, essentially to the, I'll go right to the question, to the tax rate, if we decided not to pursue some of these items, so like the purchase of the municipal, the single axle dump truck. And I ask that because I know they're coming from the reserves, so in some, but is there, I think there's also a requirement to top up certain reserves?
So any of the funding sources that's from the reserve or the surplus has no impact on the tax implication. So whether or not you spend any money from the reserves, if you don't spend, obviously it'll just remain in the reserve for you to spend in the future. So it's no impact on, so that 13.9% isn't going to go up to whatever or go down because you don't spend any money from the reserves or the surplus.
Okay, sorry, I thought I was, and maybe I'm learning all this. When I looked at the information from, I think it was the February 28th meeting, it looked like there was a contribution of $800,000, say, to the roads budget.
So those contributions to the reserves are the value of the depreciation. So those are the amount of depreciation that gets transferred to the reserves.
Mm-hmm.
So whether or not it's not funded, you have to depreciate assets.
Okay.
So
again, it has no bearing at all on for tax rates.
Whether or not, so I guess the committee has an option, although I strongly discourage it, to not fund the depreciation values and therefore not make contribution to your capital reserves. So that is the impact. So if you don't fund it, you don't top up or contribute to your reserves, which technically can lower your tax rate, but just keep in mind that that means you have absolutely no top up for your reserves at all.
Yeah. And thank you very much. And I would consider that irresponsible, obviously knowing the impact of the reserves. So, yeah.
Mayor Little?
Some of that doesn't make sense to me because it's the overall budget of the municipality. The reserve funds contribute to that as well. And so to say that it has no impact, I'm struggling with that. And secondly, just because we have the reserves funds doesn't mean we have to spend it.
That's right.
And we could keep it, and certainly there is some funds, like the policing fund, that in retrospect we should have put more in for future planning. So I'm not of the opinion that because we have reserve funds we can spend them, or well, we can do whatever we want. I just don't think it's prudent, especially given the economic times that we have right now. I'm not saying we don't have to fund these forever. I'm just saying that some of these items could be deferred for future years. We've got a major impact this year of the policing fund, as you know, and I'm seeing that we could perhaps defer some of these, even though it is for reserved. I'm not sure if it's financially sound to spend them.
Councillor Gray.
Thanks for the presentation, Susan. That's pretty clear. From my perspective, this question of capital funding from reserves, it makes sense if we need the things on the list there. If we don't need them, we don't buy them. But there's no point saving money in reserve if we need the items here. That's the purpose of the reserves.
Councillor.
Yeah, just a request. I realize that we are going to have to cut items or amounts from the one-times, but there is one thing that we had in our one-times last year, which was a $25,000 amount for road safety. And I would really like to at least have that considered in the one-times, would be some amount for road safety. We still have the crossing of the Galloping Goose Trail by Matheson Lake is on the list of things that we'd like to get done, as well as some other road improvements, speed humps in various areas of where traffic speed is a real issue. Crosswalks around the village core area where we've had complaints about dangerous situations there. So there are some things that I would appreciate having considered in the one-times. Thank you.
Councillor Schumann.
Thanks very much. Through you, Councillor Donaldson. Looking back again at the agenda from February 28th, there was a really great review of the reserves that we have, and there's a significant number of them. Some cost levels, or the levels of funds we have in them were provided, and a lot weren't. For example, you did a great job in terms of identifying the three buckets that we have. So capital reserves, operating reserves, and then allocation of surplus. And but I didn't see, it would be interesting to understand the exact amounts in the capital reserve funds. And forgive me if these are listed somewhere else, I don't believe they are though. But then the allocation of surplus reserves, and maybe if you could explain that to me, is that an amount that is topped up only once a year, or has it accumulated? So for example, there's a revenue shortfall reserve, a public works efficiency reserve, business development, fire department, planning department reserves.
So if I can refer you to page 10 of your report. So those balances are from 2022 ending balances. It's not even audited, so keep that in mind that we complete our audit, but none of those numbers are audited. But so if I can have you refer to page 10 of the report package. So when we look at first two items, those being the tax and built surplus. So what we're suggesting is, because we had a very small amount of surplus from 2022, that we allocate those to the revenue shortfall reserve. And the rationale for that being, we know at some point in the future, we're going to take a hit on the Maryhill tax payments.
Okay.
So we're just suggesting those fall into that. So if you look down that last column, you will see, last column. So if you go down to Public Works, so all the surpluses from 2022, the last page 10 of the report. So all the underspending that is going to go, we're proposing that goes towards the Public Works Efficiency Reserve, which will fund some of the potholes. Some of the other capital expenses. Okay?
Okay,
Does that
thank you very
clarify
much.
a little
Yeah. Now, but would there be amounts that are accumulated in these?
So there will be, so that's the opening balance. Now, the reason is, I'm not prepared to give you the 2023 because the committee still has to approve these proposed allocation. Whether we put it in there or not put it in there, there's an opening balance, but the ending balance is depending on what the committee and ultimately council's direction is on the allocation of some of the surplus, not all, but some of the surplus.
Okay.
Okay? How would that clarify?
Yeah, it's getting there. But if I was to ask you, what is the accumulated amount of the planning department reserve? Would it be zero? You don't need to know right now,
Yeah.
but there is likely an amount there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and I don't remember all off the top of my head. So.
Okay. I think it would be helpful to have an understanding of what's in those reserves. I mean, we accumulate them, and it'd be interesting to know when they were last spent. And again, I'm not suggesting we burn through all of our reserves, but there may be some things that we could possibly look at as we go here. So,
Councillor Gray.
Yeah, my understanding is that we'll get a look at the reserves and make decisions on the reserves after the audited statements are done. Is that not how it works?
So the report that usually comes in June after the audit is an analysis on the reserves. So looking at the balances and just really taking a look at it and see, are we happy with the balances of the reserve? But that's going to be after audit. But the balances, I can get you the opening balances, and again, depending on where this land for recommendation for allocation to various reserves, but at least you have an opening balance. So like I said, I know there's all this proposed funding source, there's balances, sufficient balances in the reserve. But I can definitely bring that forward.
Through the chair, I think it's just the idea of the budgeting year. So we're budgeting year for reserves will come later in the year. Right now, what we're doing is we're looking at what do we want, and when we say we want that stuff, and we say to our CAO, we say, will it work? She goes, yep, it'll work. We'll take it out of reserves. So we don't need to worry about it at the moment. If you want to add things there, then my understanding is that our staff will then look up and say, yep, we got the money to do that. Or if not, she'll say, you'll have to decide between these things. But we will come to the reserves, but we're too early in the year to be looking at that and making those decisions. It has to happen after the audited statements. So it's just a question of going through this work and then getting there. So we're not driving this on how much money do we have, we're driving on what are our needs, and then checking to see do we have enough money to do that. I think that's sort of how I look at it anyway.
I still appreciate Councillor Shukun's questions because if you want to take an overall picture of the financial fitness of the municipality, it's good to have that information. I think he understands the process that we are going to, now that it's been reiterated 3 times, that we are going to look at this after the audited financial statements. But I think it's wise to look at the big picture. I had a specific question to the chair about some of the items that were ranked high. I don't remember ranking concrete barriers and patch roads in the highs. Was that added?
So that was added because of a report, several reports actually, several times on a particular property on Happy Valley Road. That we've had a few incidents of vehicles crashing into this particular property. So the home is located fairly close to the road. So the concern is that if I was trying to mitigate the risk again from the municipality's perspective, if we definitely don't want this to ever happen. That's why this is put on the agenda for your consideration is if a vehicle comes speeding down that road, ends up in this homeowner's front yard, so that's what's the front yard with the occupants in the way of the car flying off the road. So that's put in there. That's additional item. Yeah.
And the patch roads, that was part of the analysis of the public works, and that was ranked high by you. Okay,
Yeah, the committee didn't rank it.
yeah, we did rank it.
Staff.
Okay. Okay. So in the, my third question or comment, in the past, and we had talked about this in early January, it was really great to have a sheet with one-time asks, and then we could evaluate as a committee whether this was a, geez, I'd really like to have, this is absolutely necessary for regulation or guidelines, or we'd like to have this sometime in the next 4 years. And I can't remember exactly what was on the sheet, but it identified the item, the request, why it was requested, the relevant need, and that helps with our deciding whether the one-times should be funded or not.
So those are the items I saw on page 9 of the report.
The one thing actually that's missing on here was the crossing guard. That was the high priority one, correct?
So the crossing guard will have to be, it's not a one-time. If you're looking to, unless you're looking to do just a pilot project, which then it can be one-time. If you're going to continually fund it, then it'll have to go in the operating budget, and that will have a tax increase impact.
Councillor, do you have any comments about that? Do you have any?
I was looking at paper, I didn't know you were talking to,
Do you have
I didn't
any
know you were
comment?
talking to me.
Do you have any input on that? About the crossing
No,
guard?
I thought we had it in the one times. I mean, obviously it needs to go somewhere, so I guess whatever is the best option for it.
Councillor Gray.
Yeah, I think I'd add it on page 8. It's an ongoing cost, so we just add $10,000. It's just been missed there. I've gone through much of this, though. I think I had marked that as missing. It's the only one I could find that isn't there of all these materials have been pouring through and everything, including all of the one-times are all there as Sue has explained. It's quite a comprehensive package, so again, thanks so much for it.
Thank you. So I guess if you just go back to one last point about crossing guard is if the committee wishes to make that a one-time, which means that it'll be 1 year for 2023, and then up for discussion for 2024. I cannot speak to whether or not that is something that fits in with the school board's requirement, but in terms of just from the funding perspective, that is definitely an option.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess whatever will work best with the school board, since it's kind of it's a grant thing from us to the school board, so either way.
Councillor Shukin, do you
Yeah.
have a comment?
No, I guess I'm just wondering, I think Sue Lynn is looking for a sense of what is the best way. I think it might be worth doing just the one time and evaluating. I'd put that out as the way to go. But
So if I could suggest that, for me to reach out to the school board and see if I'm doing it one time is even feasible, because my understanding is that they will have to top up an existing part-time employee's wages. So I don't know if there's any implication to that may or may not make it possible. So why don't I take that away and have a conversation with the school board just to find out even a 1 year project, if you will, is feasible.
Very little.
So is it what the wishes of the finance chair and the CFO for us to go through the one-times and say yes, no, yes, no? Is that what we should do?
Yes, along with the capital as well.
Okay.
So page 6, top. So just know before you go through the sections. So the fire truck, we're not buying another fire truck, just to be clear.
I don't know where we put it.
So the reason it shows up in the 2023 is because this is when we're actually taking the money out of the reserve. So it has been on order since last year, but it finally arrived this February. So that's why it's actually coming out of the reserve. So we're not buying a second fire truck. Sorry, Stephanie.
Okay, any more questions for the CFO? Mayor?
So we're not buying the fire truck, we're taking money out of the reserve,
That's right.
but then that goes, as I understand it, we are obligated to buy the fire truck at some point. Once we, is that true?
Yes.
So it's ordered.
It's ordered and it's arrived. It's arrived.
It's in the fire bay.
That's
It's
the great,
right.
that's the great
The
big
E9.
one that just arrived.
Oh, that's just arrived, okay. So this is to take over that, to pay that off?
Correct.
Ah, okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Councillor Jones. Sorry.
Yes, Councillor.
Really basic question. How do we factor in, or how could we factor in the Growing Communities Fund? And maybe it's too early to say, but so for example, if there was an initiative that we thought was going to bring enduring value to the community and it was assessed at a cost of $40,000, would we remove that from the budget? Maybe one is currently in the budget right now. Would we remove that from the budget and just
Is that particular item that you're referring to, the 40,000? So we have to be mindful that it's only for capital. So studies that will help you decide on whether or not you want to add to your capital asset that qualifies. So for example, if the fire hall feasibility study, that will qualify to be spent under the grant. So if that's the item you're specifically speaking about, we can take it off the one time now. The $2.4 million is nowhere in the reserve balance,
Okay.
so that everybody's clear.
Okay.
So my proposal would be to park it temporarily in the general capital reserve, so it's there, but we haven't received the money, so it's nowhere on this budget. We know it's coming, but it's not included. Okay.
Thank you for that, because I had wondered that as well with the road, one of the roadside trails. There's been a few prospects for roadside trails brought up for the last few years, and that certainly is an infrastructure that there's an appetite in our community for something like that,
okay?
especially for safe passage.
And so we have now received clarity that it is focused on infrastructure.
Yes.
Like, okay.
Okay, so shall we start? Thank you, Susan. Okay, so if we turn to page 6. Okay, on the first section of general, the public works and other vehicles, any comments from the committee on these? Yes, Councillor Shippen.
Thanks very much, Councillor Donaldson. I'm going back to an earlier discussion, but I forget exactly where and when, about an asset management plan. Now, do we have such a thing, and how up to date is it? I've never seen it myself, but I seem to recall maybe there was discussion at the convention, or sorry, the educational session we went to about the importance of that and the significance of that plan in terms of buying new equipment. So I'm curious to understand where we're at with that. And again, I hearken back to what Councillor Gray was saying, is if we need that equipment, we should buy it. I guess the question though is, how do we determine when we need it? So sorry, question is asset management plan, or is it, and what does it say?
I've not seen it. The only one I've seen that's closely or remotely close to that is something that the fire chief has provided for trucks that are aging up. So perhaps Sulan would be able to answer that better.
So we have a tangible capital asset plan because we need to maintain it for our audit purposes. And I can tell you that the yellow truck is way past its useful life, way past its useful life. The same case with the red truck as well. So, red, if need be, that can be used as a backup. If the committee and council doesn't wish to proceed with the purchase of the replacement truck, just keep in mind that at some point, the service level may have to drop if one of the trucks are out of service. So,
And how many of these trucks do we have?
right now we have two of the white ones, and then red and yellow, which is like the backup of
So 3 that are operable, yellow's not.
No, and red is on the edge.
And how many of the flat decks do we have? The white ones?
Those are the white ones. So there's one.
The ones that are always going around town.
There's one flat back.
I thought there was 2.
And there's one. I received five on, maybe it's 2.
Yes, Councillor Shippen.
So my question is, and it'd be great to get input from people who have more financial experience than me, is can we and should we look at the asset management plan and update it and begin to formulate, like, have some criteria that will help us determine and give this council some confidence that we are making good decisions. And in fact, in some ways, the plan makes the decision for us, or helps narrow the field of the decision.
Yeah, I agree, an asset management plan would be good, an updated one. Yes, Sula?
The plan is updated because we have to do it for audit every year. So the plan is updated, it's a requirement.
So as you'll recall, several weeks ago, we were to have a tour of all our buildings and be able to see these sorts of things. This would have been helpful.
Yeah.
So if we have the plan, then we can kind of match the two. So if we're talking about the yellow truck, which has been parked for quite some time, it actually sits on hold in the back of the yard for a good portion of the year. I know this because I see it there every week. So it's not surprising that it's no longer useful to us, but it also makes me wonder, if we haven't used it for as much as the other trucks throughout the year, then maybe it's something that we can do without this year, and not buy a brand new truck, but buy something that's maybe more useful. I'm not suggesting we actually even replace it this year personally. I can only speak for myself. We get exceptional service from our staff for clearing roads and keeping roads clean throughout the year, those sorts of things. That includes the pavement of our roads, so we're quite well known for our roads. My particular street got plowed 3 times in this last snowfall. It never has before. I'm sure it's not because I'm a councillor. We don't have a doctor on our street. We have 4-wheel drive neighbors. There's only 8 houses, so I would be willing to do without the extra service.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that living in a rural community, people would be, or need to be, understanding that we do live in a rural community, so one extra day of waiting for a snowplow isn't gonna hurt. We don't get a lot of snow either, so that's not something to, I mean, you gotta think about all the other days of the year and what uses the truck that's sitting in the back doing. So it's money tied up. I know it's coming out of reserves, but again, you have to replenish those reserves. So good questions, Lady Manager.
Sorry, I do have a question, but
Councillor.
Well, it's just that basically we have, in the case of a heavy snowstorm, like we had this winter, we have 2 really reliable trucks. If one of them goes down for some reason, we end up with 1. And I don't think 1 truck is enough to rely on to cover the entire district, even if you skip a few, less populated roads. I know, talking to Gore, he said it really is essential that we replace that truck.
Councillor Shippen.
so thanks very much, and I mean that's good feedback. The question I have though is I don't believe I have enough information to make a decision on replacing that truck or not. I mean their opinions in terms of service levels. I mean, I think the public works guys do a great job on our roads, but in terms of the information I have is like replacing that truck. It's just right here. It's 200. It's that line item. That's it. And I remember watching other budget meetings before my time on council, and I feel like it was the same thing. We were just, it's almost like it's basing a decision on sort of anecdotal. Again, granted, if Gord comes and talks, there's an authority there, there's some experience there, but yeah. So I would advocate for the asset management plan, but present it to council as well, so we can make decisions, and we know we're making right decisions. So I don't know what to do with that at this moment. Well, we don't have the plan, and we do have impending time deadlines coming. So,
Councillor Gill.
Okay.
So I can confirm that the red truck is at the end of its useful life. As part of, like I mentioned before, as part of the audit process, check through all of the assets that are at the end of life, and the red truck is at the end of its life.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So my notion would be that I would like to continue the same level of service that the community currently enjoys, and because we have a staff recommendation to proceed, I would argue that we proceed with this capital expense. I also note from our previous discussions that we've been through this a few times on this truck, that this one needs to be ordered now if we want to deliver it next 2024.
That's brand new.
Yeah.
Yeah. Marilyn.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And also at the same meeting, we did talk about secondhand or gently used trucks, but we never received information back. I don't know if that's even allowed, whether that would be applicable to our situation. There's got to be used trucks out there that have considerable life left in them, and we did ask, but I haven't received that information. It would be really nice to have that, and I also would like to see the asset management plan as well. And I echo your uneasiness in making decisions based not really on evidence-based decisions. So thank you.
Right. No, I agree with that. And as far as the service level, we have a choice. We either have very, very high taxes, or we change our service level. This is kind of where we're at right now. We're beyond 13%.
Sure. This expenditure doesn't affect our tax rate this year.
No, but if we start using up all our reserves, then we're going to have to replenish reserves, is how I'm understanding the very basics of it. And looking into the future, it's not going to be year to year. It's, you know, it's a 5-year plan. So these are definitely projections. As far as the age of for buying a secondhand vehicle, as you'll recall, the last council bought a secondhand backhoe. So, like when you do buy secondhand anything, you would get an inspection done on it from, you know, a qualified heavy-duty mechanic to check those things out. So, those are things to consider as well. Marilyn.
Through the chair to Sue Lynn, do you know approximately how much is in that municipal equipment reserve that will be funding the single axle dump truck?
I don't recall off the top of my head, but it's
Healthy.
It's sufficient. It's healthy, yes.
Councillor Donaldson. I actually.
Are you finished, Mary?
Yeah, thank you.
I do have the, again, the agenda package from February 28th, and what's in the reserve, the equipment reserve right now, it's $252,048. And apparently the year previous, we spent, oh no, sorry, I'm sorry. I will defer to Sue Lynn. I don't know if I'm reading the right thing, so.
All right.
I don't have the report with me, so sorry I don't have the copies.
Yeah,
We
okay.
unfortunately don't have a laptop
Yeah,
available.
okay. Sorry, it's quite different actually as I look at the bottom. Okay. Would it be, again, I don't want to lose sight of this, nor do I want sort of the municipal asset plan, management plan. And I don't want to be unrealistic in terms of staff's time. But I wonder if a motion would be in order to request the development of a municipal asset plan for the 2020, for the next budget period. It's probably too late for this one now, and I think we should base our decisions on the material that's in hand, but I feel like we should have, granted it's part of the audit package, or the package that's being audited, but I think it'd be useful to have, for us to have.
Susan?
I do have that plan, so we don't need to wait till the next budget year
Okay.
discussion. I have it available.
Mary Lou?
Yeah, so the reason, sorry to go back to this, but the reason why I was asking about the municipal reserve fund was because the way I was reading it was the way you were reading it. That the funds are the ending balance for 2022 would be 2.5 million. Does that sound about right?
For the equipment reserve?
The
No,
municipal,
that's
oh
the
no, that's the
municipal.
ending balance for everything. So the opening balance would be 2 million for municipal reserve.
That would be the municipal capital for building reserve.
Okay, sorry. And then the municipal equipment reserve, the opening balance for 2022 is 199,000. So if we only have 276 in there, and okay, so we'd have $1,000 left over in that reserve.
Without looking at the report, there should be a contribution to that opening balance?
Okay. So that would be really important to know, to make sure that our reserves are sufficient to cover the costs of that.
This one has no contribution to it, so it's on that. So the municipal equipment reserve, ending balance, after the proposed $275,000 for the truck, the balance will be $41,000.
Okay, so that accounts
Yes.
for the purchase of the truck. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so is there a decision on this line item? Do we know what's included in this truck? Any implements? If we were to purchase this at this price?
I'm assuming that it's all included. I'll double check, but that was the price that was given to me by Public Works. For that truck,
Okay,
complete truck, so.
Mary Lou?
So maybe Councillor Eck can fill in the gaps. I remember last year when one of the trucks was, or it was the year before when one of the trucks was purchased, there was other things that were needed. As Gary Smurfett was mentioning, lights, decals, box. Do you remember that? That was all additions after that, and it was considerable too. It was quite a bit of money.
I don't recall that. I just trust that they know what they're talking about.
Any other comments on the single axle dump?
I just want to know, can we defer this for a year? Or 2 years? You've mentioned, Sue Lynn, that it really needs to be replaced. We also really need other things in the community. We've got to cut somewhere, and we've got to make some hard decisions. I'm just wondering, can we not defer this to 2024 or 2025?
Councillor Gray?
Mary Little, I'm not sure what you're referring to, that we need to cut somewhere. We either need the truck or we don't need the truck. Staff has recommended it. There's no need to cut, to not pay for things that we're fully able to afford and that we have money reserved for that's been accumulated over years. So I'm not quite sure which mean we need to cut. We don't need to cut this. We just would pay for it a different year and get a truck later and reduce our services if one of the trucks breaks. Again, I'm fully prepared to accept the staff recommendation.
Councillor.
Well, as I've said, I do support getting the truck because but cutting it is not going to make any difference in our taxes whatsoever. So.
Okay, but the one thing we will need to know is is this price all in?
Well, I can check on that.
Thank you. Susan?
So because as Councillor Gray mentioned earlier, this is a very long lead time, the truck, so even if council approves that expenditure, we're not going to get the truck till ready for winter 2024. So very similar to the fire truck, money will actually come out in 2024 when the truck is delivered. So this is a commitment to for the order to be placed, but the lead time is over a year. So we won't get the truck until fall of 2024.
If we were to order it brand new. Councillor Shukin.
So I find myself, as much as I wish there was more information to base a decision on, again, this is all we're getting is comments from staff. However, I take their point, and especially the fact that there is a lead time with this. Now, subject to understanding what the extras are with this truck, I would be open to keeping on the budget. So.
Mayor Lilly, do you have any comments on this? Any further comments?
Yeah, I'm still reluctant. If someone can give me an absolute reason why we absolutely need to order this truck now for 2024, it would be nice to get that assurance. The staff has said we need it, but it's just a big ticket item. $275,000 is a lot of money.
Councillor Gray.
Mayor Little, I think I will offer again the rationale is to maintain services that we have today. So if we want the services, we don't want the services. I think that's probably the decision that we're looking for. That's how I'm reading the discussion we've had so far.
And to that,
or do we cut services?
yeah, and to that we have to figure out how are we going to lower our taxes. We've heard a lot of feedback from the residents that, we've got one resident figure that only should be up 2%. You know, we actually have more than that. We have a few other residents that think that as well. So those are things that I know I'm trying to keep in mind because when I was campaigning, it was all about fiscal responsibility, not just always buying brand new stuff or whatever. And I know we've got money in reserves. I would like more information of what's involved as far as what is the full price package. Can we get something that's comparable, that's not as old? When we first started out with Mr. Payton being our contractor, and when he retired, we got all his old trucks. These are the last of them. That's a lot of years of worth that we got out of those trucks. And now we're buying everything brand new, and in previous councils, I have to commend them for actually having all the shiny new red trucks, white trucks. We're in really good shape with those assets. I'm not saying we go backwards, but I think we do need to be fiscally responsible. And in doing that, I think that we need more information on this particular asset request. Councillor Schutte.
So, okay, I agree with that, and I'm wondering how best to do that. Is this direction to staff to confirm, I think to Mayor Little's point, to confirm what do we get for $270,000? And I do know you're questioning the whole merit of buying new, but I think this is something that we should, if we were to buy new, what do we get for $270,000?
So it's a two-part then. So it's what do we get for new? Or do we get all the implements, or do we have this? Do we have the implements that can actually be attached to this truck already? Because those may not have worn out like the truck has, because it's an older truck. And second part to that is, I'd like a cost on a good used truck.
Yeah.
we have people in this community that could actually help us scope out something like that.
And, sorry, and that is part of the point I was making earlier, is that there's no other information here. I mean, it is comments from Sue Lynn that I think are informed clearly, but we have no other background. So even doing a staff report on a big item like this, I think would have merits. So understanding the make, the model, all the other strange things that come with a big purchase, like do the implements of the decking, paint. Yeah.
Right.
So,
Okay, are we in agreement with that, that we put this back to staff to get information from both a brand new, what it all is, and two, what would be the cost of a good used truck?
yeah.
Do we need a motion for that?
Oh, I'll make a motion to that effect.
Okay. And a second, moved by Mayor Little, second by Councillor Shukin. All in favor? Opposed?
That's me.
You're opposing, Councillor Epp?
Yes.
Councillor Epp opposes. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next section of fire vehicles. Actually, there's nothing in there, I guess, if that's already paid for, correct? Okay, and buildings. The 10,000 is, this is for the school site. That comes out of reserves, correct?
That's correct.
Yes, okay. And next one is the community
Oh,
house.
hold on.
Oh, sorry?
Sorry, what's that for? Just building maintenance overall?
Just minor capital that, so we actually, we maintain the asset. So that's, we'll have staff do the walkthrough of all the items that need to be replaced, so I've come up with an overall management plan. Right now, currently, we don't have a solid idea of what are some of the items in the school that need to be replaced. So coming up with a plan, first of all, and then just setting money aside for whatever that needs replacing, which at this point is unknown.
Okay. Community house heat pump. You, Councillor Shukin?
Thanks, and I've had a chance to speak with the president of the MCA, who I see is here as well. I'm supportive of the purchasing a heat pump. However, the question comes to me as to whether there's a cost share that can occur with the house and with the district. And I wouldn't mind digging into that a little bit more if this is something that is part of the process of being the ultimate owner of the community house, even though it's run by a society, an association. Could I through you, Councillor Donaldson, is a cost share possible in terms of this item?
In the lease, it says because we are the owner, so therefore we're responsible for those particular capital expenditures.
Okay.
So can I add to that? Last year, we also owned the EOC building, and there was a grant applied for the heat pump for that building, which was $8,500, I think. So there are grants available for these sorts of things as well. So I know we have reserves, but the reserves could be used for other things or whatever, so that's an option. And this is the one building that has a lot of staff in it that has no heat pump. So there's no air conditioning in this building, that's all south facing, so something that we really need to consider as well at some point. Mr. Grant, would you like to speak to this?
I'll speak a couple things just to follow up.
Sure.
We did check to see if grants were available for a heat pump for the Machosen house, and the answer for both the federal and provincial grant was no. It needed to be a building that had was a residence. So to speak about sharing of costs, I do believe with the operating agreement, this is the capital that should fall under the heading of the district. What I will offer out there, though, is that there are different kinds of heat pumps that could be purchased. If you're just replacing in kind, it would be one cost that maybe would be the district's responsibility if we wanted to upgrade and look at a heat pump that provided heat and cooling. Well, maybe that incremental could come from the community association. And
And through the chair, so the $20,000, was that for high-end heat pump that only supplies heat, or does that also?
I believe that 20,000 provided heat and cooling. And so that's actually was the recommendation of the board to get that one. But that is actually more than what is currently there, which is one that just provides cooling.
Mhm.
And so one that just provides cooling is more in the order of 14 or 15,000, I believe. The incremental would be maybe 6 or 7 that if you voted not to go for the full meal deal, then I think the board would look at covering the incremental.
Mhm. Okay, that'd be helpful, thank you.
Thanks.
I just have one question, Mr. Grant. What is the heating in that building right now then, if that's the coolant?
The heating is a gas furnace that's on the order of 14 years old, but it's gas.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gray.
Well, it's an interesting proposition, Brian, about how to fund this, but it seems to me that this heat pump would be replacing your heating system now.
If you were to go for the heat pump that's recommended, it would be replacing the gas furnace. We'd be able to retire that or only use it as a backup.
Thank you. I would speak in favor of going for the deluxe model here, the heat and cool. We've talked a lot about climate and the issues that we're facing, and this is a better way to go in the circumstance. I guess my anxiety would be just whether or not you can come up with the other funds, but it seems to me that we should, in a district-owned asset, put in the deluxe model, if you will.
Councillor Ed?
I might add that the community house is also a respite center for emergency workers during an emergency crisis. They can go there for breaks and so on, and they do need a facility. And especially it's also there as a cooling center during episodes like the heat dooms that we've had.
Councillor Chicken?
I'm very much in favor of getting the Cadillac version of the heat pump. I do like the idea, if the association is open to this, of doing a cost share for that incremental amount to get the higher end version.
Mayor Little?
I just thought of something. Does the adult daycare program operate through the summer with Island Health?
Yes.
Yes, I believe it does.
Okay, so then the cooling would be good for the elderly people. Yeah. Okay, thank you for that.
The house is busy year-round.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so moving on to the next section. Oh, what, another question?
I'm just wondering what we should do with this figure here.
Okay, it sounded to me like everybody was in agreement.
Well, if the community house can afford to put in some money, I think that would be great.
Councillor Gray.
How about we just approve the dollar value here, and then we'll see what can be arranged with the community house. If they're not able to come up with the money, we'll have it, and if not, let's get the job done, basically. If there's some arrangement that can be made in the future, that's fine with me, but I think we should move forward.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Okay.
Are we ready to move on to the next section?
Thank you, Mr. Grant.
Thank you. Okay, so other, the Trails Capital Development, this is the $52,000 one that comes out of the Roads Reserve, I believe.
So I mentioned the tricky nature of the PTASC people. They are double dipping here. So 52,000 was requested by PTASC, but that does encompass their view was that does encompass Whitty Beach, so we can strike the 50.
Okay.
Now, I might normally say, and again, I go back to the Building Communities Fund. I might normally say 52,000 is maybe a bit steep for the current situation you might be finding yourselves in. However, I'm wondering if some of the projects that PTASC is considering may be covered under the Building Communities grant, because it would be infrastructure. So, growing communities, thank you. So 50,000 can be struck.
Okay.
Through the chair, did you say Whitty? Or
I
you mean
probably
where?
did. Yeah, I said
Where,
Building
you're,
Communities.
so you're talking about the
Weir Beach, thank you.
yeah,
Weir
so the
Beach.
rebuild of the stairs or the access at Weir Beach.
Yes.
And you're saying that $50,000 isn't necessary because?
No, when PTAS put their budget forward, they were considering the Weir Beach stairs as part of that allocation. So we do not need, we don't need the extra 50 there. That PTAS is considering the Whitty Beach stairs within its allocation. So.
Okay.
So within the budget you already have.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
so do we need the 52,000 for the trails? That was the one that was supposed to be along William Head Road. That's what the 52 is, and the 50 is the Weirs Beach.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And there was chatter last year that maybe the priority should be Lombard and the school, Lombard Trail, Upper Lombard, correct? Councillor?
Yeah, that's right. That was my understanding. The 52 was going to be for the William Head Trail originally, but I really am hoping that, in the Growing Communities Fund, as it is for infrastructure, that we can include roadside trails and development of some new roadside trails in that fund.
Okay, so do we want to then scratch this trail proposition at 52,000 and as well as the 50,000 for the stairs and put the stairs under the budget of PTAS?
Could I suggest that we strike the Whitty Beach stairs as a specific line item?
Whitty Beach?
The Weirs Beach, I'm sorry, the Weirs Beach. So could we strike that amount, and whether we use the 52 for the William Head Trail or to supplement the Whitty Beach stair work? That leaves that open.
Committee, what is your wish? Councillor Gray?
Yeah, I must say I'm unclear. I get the point that we're scratching one of them, so out it goes. That leaves us with $52,000, I guess. When we look at our engineer's report, the maximum cost, it seems, for the lower cost, less disruption, safe access, lower use option at Weirs Beach would be $15,000. So that leaves $37,000 for some other thing. And is there a plan, or I don't recall that we have a plan on this one either.
It's in development. Yeah, I do recognize that.
Is 37 the right number, or is 25 good enough?
We don't know what this yet. No. And I lost sight of the fact that there's ambition for a trail on William Head Road as well. But the other thing that comes to mind is the Growing Communities Fund might be a source of, if it's the right project for sure.
Councillor Gray?
Yeah, just on the communities fund, I guess I'm a bit anxious that we make decisions today based on some future decision that we might make about the communities fund. There could be ideas, for example, putting it all in this reserve, the big reserve that they ask us to put in, and hold it there for things like fire hall possibly. So it might get all used up in a future discussion. So I don't think today we should rely on it here so much. I'm just suggesting caution in that direction. And I guess we go with our gut, whether 37 grand is enough, or I mean, that's different. Weir's probably going to cost a lot less than $15,000 actually. So maybe it's all going to be just a big chunk of money available for trails.
Yeah. And I should mention with the Weir Beach Trail, there have been a number of site visits, and there's some options under consideration. So.
Okay, so we're gonna scratch. Which one are we scratching then?
I would recommend scratching the Weir Beach steps specific line item, because that does, if we decide to allocate some of the 52 to Weir Beach, we can still do that under the trail capital development.
Right. Okay. Now the trail. Okay, the trail capital development, that one was specific to William Head, correct? Councillor and Mayor Little from last time?
Yeah, so as Councillor Eck mentioned, was the original plan was to develop a roadside trail along William Head. We were about to have some surveys done on William Head Road, but we noticed that Glengarry Farm, and we were told by the owner of Glengarry Farm that he actually has the right to the road historically, and so we can't build a trail on property that's not ours. And so that plan was shelved, and then they thought, okay, let's move the fund to the stretch of Rocky Point Road between Arden and the school. Is that right?
Yeah.
Arden and the school. And so that's where it's at. And it was hoping that we could collaborate with the waterworks that was going on, but we were told that that was impossible, even though both of us thought it actually could have been possible because all the equipment was there. It would just take a bit of will. That's neither here nor there now, but I think there still is an appetite for doing a roadside trail along that road for the kids that live on Arden and kids that live on Lindholm.
Lombard. Lombard.
Oh, sorry, Lombard.
Okay.
That'd be a fair walk.
Yes, Councillor Gray.
I'm just thinking about our discussion about the truck, the asset management plan and all that stuff to spend the money. Perhaps we should get the plan here, decide what we're going to do before we set this money aside. I'm just imagining that we heard from the PTAS that roadside trails will be done in conjunction with paving. We're going to turn a page in a minute, I guess, and look at paving. And so maybe we look at paving first and where that's going to happen and whether or not a roadside trail suits there. The argument I recall was that roadside trails wait till you're paving the road. Other trails do differently.
Well, actually, the roadside trails don't come from paving specifically. They come from when we do waterworks. That's traditionally what we've done. When there's paving, what we've done, as an example, this last year was the lower part of Rocky Point was a bike path, so a little bit more asphalt.
Perhaps my memory's not clear on what Mark was telling us.
Okay, shall we move on?
Mm-hmm.
And we're good to strike one of those figures, the 50. Okay.
Yes.
Do we want to plan before we commit money to where it's going to be?
Well, we're not going to plan it at this table here.
No,
So-
I meant seek a plan.
Yeah.
There's, in here we have in the minutes from PTASC that consideration be given recommendation of roadside trails in conjunction with the road resurfacing program. So that's where they were coming from.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and there is already a master plan for trails, parks and trails, so I think when we met with them, we also talked about them maybe updating some of it, because quite a bit's been done. And the use of trails and passages have changed. Also, when you create trails, somebody's got to maintain them. So that's always a caution too. So, PTASC and the public need to start working on things like stewardship, because we can't have staff do it. We don't have staff for that. Mayor Little.
Yeah, so actually I think we're striking is the 52 and not 50, so we're keeping the 50 for the Weir Beach stairs, is that right? No?
It's opposite. It's the opposite.
And again, this comes from as a recommendation from PTASC. So they've accounted primarily for Weir Beach because they know it's they know that there's something that needs to be done there,
Okay.
whether it's permanently decommissioning or improvement. So that is their capital request this year. I think we should just go with it. If it turns out there's another use for it, or we can get the Weir Beach stairs in less. Good.
Okay.
I just think we need to be certain we're not approving $50,000 for the Weir Beach stairs.
Yeah. No,
Is
we're
that
not.
clear? That's got to be clear.
Yeah. And again, the request from PTASC was for 55. It's been knocked down to 52, as I recall, and that is their request for trail this year. So
Okay, I'm just looking for clarity because, of course, their minutes do say $55,000 for the Weir Beach stairs, and we're not approving that tonight. Can't
Yeah, I
imagine.
think Mark, when, as I seem to recall his discussion with Suvin, that was the request. Sorry, through you, Councillor Johnson. Suvin, am I wrong in that? Do you recall?
So, our last conversation, email with Mark was, he did say, I asked him specifically for if there's any trail, there's no, just leave 50 in. And then, we talked about the stairs as a separate item. So, because the trail was undefined, it's just leave the 50 in there and then the stairs.
Okay. I think we should just go with the 50. Again, in the interest of fiscal prudence and, yeah, and I do recognize this is coming out of reserve, but I think we should still leave the 50.
Okay.
52.
And then will we approve the particular issues as they come up? Is this a blanket approval, or do we here get the plan back and then we just go through them?
No, yeah, absolutely, it is not a blanket approval at all. No,
Thank you.
there is a plan that's going to be coming forward. Sorry, thanks for the
That's a big help,
question.
thanks. I'm just confused a bit about the amount of money here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the clarity and apologies for the confusion.
Okay, on to the next section under fire equipment. So we have,
Councillor Donaldson, sorry, I just want to confirm that we're striking 50,000 for the Weir Beach stairs?
Correct.
Not the 52, okay.
Correct, 50,000.
the SCBA, I call them scuba, they're not scuba, but bottles from the fire department, so $3,000. Are we good with this? This came up last year, we got quite a few new bottles. They do time out. I would just like to ask the fire chief for some input or background so that the committee understands what they are.
So those are the self-contained breathing apparatus. They're the bottles that we have to use when we go into or breathe any toxic smoke or anything like that. And they do time out. And so the point of adding that into the capital and buying that will only actually buy you 2.5 bottles at today's cost. But by doing a couple every year, we don't have to buy a big bulk of them when they come. They're no longer valid anymore all at once, so we can just do that planning little by little. So that's the intent of just buying a couple every year.
That makes sense to me.
Marilyn?
So how much does 3,000 get us? How many SCBA?
One of the frustrations is that they change rapidly in costs. And sometimes we can get some on sale. So they're about $1,200 a piece right now. But they have gone up in this year alone already, well, probably the past 3 or 4 months since December, between $1,500 and down to as low as around $1,100. So they really vary in cost.
Okay. Well, breathing apparatus is pretty important, so thank you.
Great. Okay, and the next one is the lifting bags.
So if I think there's a bit of an error or a miss. Yeah, we don't need the lifting bags. That should actually be under hose replacement.
Okay.
The lifting bags, we can defer, ours are still meeting all the standards and everything, so we're good there. But we would like the 5,000 to be into our fire hose replacement. We just had, it's amazing how quickly fire hose can blow. And we just lost 3 more. Just, we try and use training hose, but sometimes, one call and you can lose a length of hose, and the length of hose is around $350. So.
They're consumable.
How long is the length of hose?
50 feet, well, 50 or 100, depending on what you're doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And then,
So this is 5,000 added to 5338 code?
Oh, sorry.
That's the truck hose replacement?
Yep, sorry, I just double checked that. Yes, 5338.
Okay.
Okay, and the tech rescue equipment, what is this?
Very same thing, it's for the rope rescue gear, utility lifeline ropes, all that kind of thing. Carabiners, they get used once, for life use, they're invalid. They're no longer safe to be used for life rescue, life safety, so.
Okay.
And we don't use it every year, it's like last year, I think we only used around $1,800 worth in there. We go through and we check our inventory and see what's required for that year. And we put that in there as an ongoing to support our continued rescue.
Great, thank you. Is there anybody from the public wish to discuss or comment on anything on this page before we leave it? Seeing none, we'll turn on to the next page.
Excuse me, maybe I would just comment to the fire, through the chair to the fire chief. Would maybe be worthwhile maybe to put a number of bottles that you do every year rather than just have a fee, say of 3,000 and only get you 2 this year, and then next year the price of bottles doubles, now you only get 1. Do you think it'd be better to have a notation on a bottle per year, just to?
Well, we'd like to have 3 bottles per year. Much like we do our turnout gear, we have a set number every year, but for the purpose of a budget, we need to have a dollar value. And if we say 3 bottles, it might be $4,500 one year and another. So I honestly haven't. We put $3,000 as a number in there for roughly 3 bottles. That might be $3,400 when it actually comes in. I don't have that figure. It'll depend on the price at the time. But yes, I agree. 3 bottles is what we're trying for.
Okay, thank you. Okay, on to the transportation services under roads and streets. Okay, so the first 3, I suspect that Sue Lynn can clarify that these will be crack seal and or patch.
That's right.
Okay. Any comments on the first 3?
Sue Lynn, or Councillor Donaldson, through you. Laban Road 133, do you know where that is?
The last piece, excuse me, that wasn't paved when the pavement was done. I don't know why they stopped.
Okay.
Almost to the end.
Yeah.
We got a tiny little piece.
Okay.
So this is at the corner of Barrow and Laban, where the pothole is?
If that's the far end of the one, yes.
No.
Far end.
Whichever the
Yeah.
far end is, yeah. I know
Okay.
when I drove that, there was a little
Yeah.
piece that they didn't.
Okay. I want to make once we get down, I don't know if I can support this particular one, and I think again it goes back to one of the discussion points that we had on the 28th, but and the one other question I had is again to get some clarity on the William Head Road section 230, and sorry, I missed the explanation.
Okay,
Sorry about
so are we okay with the first 3?
I'm not okay with the Laban Road one.
You are?
No.
No, okay.
yeah.
So Councillor Shippen, you live at that end of the
Yeah.
road.
Well, the one thing I'll observe is there's a really big pothole, just as Barrow becomes Kangaroo, and that really should need to be addressed at some point. Now the rest of the road, and I think where Sue Lynn is talking about, I'm not really clear why we would put any resources into that right now.
No, it's not the rest of the road. There's a little chunk of the road that wasn't paved when,
Okay,
when the rest of the road was paved.
yeah.
Majority of it was paved. They just
Okay.
left a little small chunk.
Okay.
Whatever reason.
I wanted to address sort of why I'm making these comments just in a moment, but I have an information request, as we go down. Yeah.
Okay, I
Sure,
understand,
I'm
I
good with-
understand the pothole,
Okay.
because that is a safety factor in
Yeah.
that intersection,
Okay.
having driven over a number
Yeah.
of times.
Yeah.
So before we leave the top 3, or, well, the top 2, let's say, we're good with the top 2. The East
Sure.
Souk, okay. And
I'll even say for discussion purposes, I'll be fine with the 750 for that section of the line, but I do want to address a few things. So,
all right, so down to the William Head Road one, is that the one you're?
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
sorry, one more time, where is this section of road, and any more information about it, like how long it is?
I don't recall how long it is, but it's the section, if you will, at the end of William Head Road, the section that's towards the prison.
Okay.
Starting at Pearson College Way?
Yes.
So I drove up there this weekend to see it for myself.
Yeah.
And the road from Pearson College Way to, there's 2 gates that go into Mary Hill. The first gate, the road is, from Pearson to the first gate is in great shape. until about halfway between the first gate and the second gate, just before the second gate. All that road is really good, and I wouldn't recommend any paving or crack sealing or patching actually. But where the second gate is, it does deteriorate considerably. There's a huge gouge right in the center, so that would be a good patch. I wouldn't support paving at all, just because the limited use. I mean, the prison uses it a fair bit. The neighbors have for quite some time, and we heard that from Mrs. Jones tonight too. It becomes a raceway.
Yeah.
The other thing that I'm not certain, and maybe staff could clarify, is any part of that road DMD property? Because
It's all our road. We've checked
right
that.
to the gate. Okay. And the fact that there will be more activity with Mary Hill in the next few years, to put this kind of money into it, if there's any kind of development out there, I'd rather do the paving after the development is in.
Mhm.
So I hear what you're saying, and I've been listening to the neighbors for some time at meetings and tonight.
I'd like to suggest we strike it in its entirety from the,
And reevaluate for patch and crack sealing, just on,
towards the prison gates.
yeah. Okay, yes.
So the cost for patching is about 150,000 in that neighborhood.
If it's from Pearson on,
Whichever stretch of the road that needs patching.
yeah, I think we need to reevaluate it for sure.
Yeah.
So do we want to strike it completely then? Councillor App.
Was this part here, was this a recommendation of the consultant?
So it's two choices, either you pave it or you patch it. So it's up to you.
Well, I think, sorry, Sharon.
Okay.
It is worth driving up there and having a look.
And I drove that road just after we, after our site visit on Tuesday or Monday. And yeah, I was having trouble seeing where the work would need to be done, especially that amount. Now, and I go back to Michelle's earlier comments, that stretch of road is really dangerous in terms of the S-turn and coming down the hill, again, where the Weirs Beach Trail is. But to me, that's stuff that can be addressed in other ways, potentially by more patrols by the RCMP. So safety is one thing for sure. But I'm supportive of striking this. The other thing I would like to do is to look at, reassess the way we're doing paving and maintenance on our roads, and actually take a year's break from doing any major maintenance, any major paving, until we can actually come up with a revised plan, a revised paving schedule. Now, we can't abandon all forms of maintenance, but I think we can set some criteria in terms of safety and safety, property damage, and situations where that will lead to bigger issues, immediate issues. And I wanted to flag the Laban Road pothole, Laban Barrow, because that is probably one of the most dangerous stretches in Machosen. It's blind corners, narrow road, no line in the center, and there's a pothole to speak as well. So that to me would fit with something that should be done this year. But I don't think you have to replace the whole road. So, but I would really like us to see a formulated plan, that we reassess our paving schedule, and my sense is that we could use the Growing Communities Fund to possibly pay for that study. So.
Okay.
Could we call that a feasibility study, Susan?
I have to look at the condition, the condition of the grant, and in detail, we don't have yet revenues released, which.
Yeah, so on the letter, it does say we can have costs of a feasibility studies, including infrastructure capacity assessment. So.
I'll have to double check, because that's, in my mind, I would consider this a feasibility study. It's just a asset replacement or betterment. So it's not so much whether or not we need the road exists. I mean, I can double check specifically that fits.
No, that would be great. And also, while you're doing that, if you could also ask questions about other plans, agricultural plans, shoreline protection plans, any kind of plans. I did look through it and I didn't see that we could use the Growing Communities funds for plans, just for studies.
No, so
So what we're planning on doing is striking this $1,115,000 and we would replace it with $150,000 for patching and sealing.
yes, I think that's what the conclusion was.
Yeah. Now, that would come out of the operations budget, I believe. Is that correct?
No, the rest of these are patching and sealing right there.
No, it's roads and streets.
Okay, okay.
Well, it depends, I'll see where the funding is. But
Yeah,
it's not, we wouldn't tax.
okay,
Similar to the other three above it.
okay.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, okay, great. Well, I mean, it's not pleasant to think we're gonna pay $150,000 but at the same time, just as you say, Councillor Donaldson, there's the potential of growth and development in the Mary Hill area. And $150,000, as much as we don't like it, it's way better than 1.15 million, so.
Okay, and the next one there is Windfall. And we had a resident speak this afternoon about leaving the road as is. There is light truck traffic on that road now. It's farming related. Actually, I just drove over it this morning with my rig, and I have to be careful because I do hit the pothole. There's one on the side and one in the sort of the center at the one end. The rest of the street's in good shape, though. I'm okay with leaving it here. I know my friend might not like that. But I know that it's starting to, there's a lot of cracking on the one side just because people, it's not a wide road. There's quite a bit of brush overgrowth, but it's a country road, so people are having to go off of the road a fair bit, so it is starting to crack on the shoulder, not the shoulder, but the side of the pavement on that road, which I think is where this is talking about.
Councillor Donaldson, can you remind me how many residents are on that area?
Actually, I did count those. There's about 11 or 12 houses. There's large properties on one side. And it's also a thoroughfare to go through to Moreland, which loops back onto Walpole and Kangaroo.
Okay.
Yeah. The abattoir is on that road, so that's where there's lots of the light industrial type trucks and stuff.
Right.
Hauling in and out.
And this was the road that Avril was speaking about that she didn't recommend, she lives on, and she doesn't recommend us paving.
Yeah, and I frequent it at least once or twice a week, so.
Okay, well, why don't we strike it then?
I think it does need to be, the two potholes are significant. They're closer to the intersection of Rocky Point and Windfall.
Okay.
So the question I have with the decision we made to not pursue the paving on William Head Road and then Windfall Road now, what does this do in terms of contributions to the road reserve fund? Can we also take a break from that this year? And again, I've got the reserve sheet here, and I'm trying to think about, is it, do we contribute $800,000 annually to the reserve fund from the general revenue, or?
Yes.
Okay.
So the depreciation expenses
Yeah.
are taxed, so then they get transferred to reserve.
Okay, yeah. Okay. I think that there's merit in reducing that amount. If we're not paving this year, and if we're reassessing not only just the paving schedule, but potentially our philosophy on how and when to pave roads, I think we can, I wouldn't recommend eliminating it totally, but I think we can reduce the contribution to some degree. And I am hoping that the assessment that we have done actually begins to narrow the focus a little bit in terms of roads that actually do need to be paved, not just it's an automatic thing. And again, we go back to the stretch of Rocky Point Road that people wonder, like, why did it need to be paved? So.
Can I just get clarity, Councillor
Yes.
Donaldson? Have we scratched the 20,000 or are we keeping the 20,000? I thought you said keep it.
I said keep it, someone else said scratch it, so, but I need to hear from the committee what they would like. I use it, the other person doesn't.
Sort of been recommended by the person that we had assist us in looking at things. It seems to make sense. You've had a look at it.
And I'm sorry, the
I don't have a problem
20,000,
leaving it there.
the 20,000 is just simply for patch.
There's 2 potholes and some crack
Okay.
sealing needs to be done.
Yeah, I would support keeping it in. Yeah, I think we can look at, the one thing I think we should avoid is a full-on paving program this year if we don't have to. So.
Okay. Any other comments for this section? No? Okay, moving on to...
Sorry. Just again, this question about if we can adjust the contributions to the road reserve fund.
Okay.
And I don't know where exactly, where and when to address that, but I mean, now might be a good time. And I guess, through you, Councillor Donaldson, a question to Sue Lynn about how we would undertake that.
My recommendation is we do it at a separate meeting because it's, there's not enough sufficient information here for me to speak to it or for you to.
Yeah.
speak to it.
Okay.
All right, so the next council and finance meeting.
Yeah, so highlight that one.
Okay.
Would this potentially then increase our one-time funding opportunities? We're just doing it temporarily, I guess we do it for, you're thinking for a couple of years or something? The roads are in pretty good shape now.
Yeah.
And presumably we can pull back a little bit. So we'd have money for one time, and then we would plan to, say, in 2 years, return to our original funding of the reserves.
It could be. Yeah.
That's the kind of thinking.
Yeah, we should probably revisit it next year, have all the roads reassessed, because the traffic patterns have changed.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to get clear what we would do. It's a temporary option to sort out what to do, and then
But
how temporary and how much money will depend on what we find out.
yeah, okay. But again, I think we have a mission here is to begin to not only just cut the tax, the budget, so we can lower the tax, the expected tax increase, but also spend more wisely as well, and that's where the sense of the road assessment is.
Agree.
So.
Mayor Little.
And Councillor Donaldson, do we have that built in here somewhere? Do a comprehensive review of the roads? Is that here? I can't remember. I'm losing from one budget to the other.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything.
No. So that would be nice to build that in, because otherwise in a few months' time when we gotta do it, we'll be told there's nothing in the budget. So it would be really nice to have the roads management plan to be built into the budget.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And we could take some of that donation to the reserve fund to do that.
Whatever. I mean, it doesn't
Yeah.
really matter.
No, and that might be
Correct, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and that might be a responsible sort of way of addressing the decline in the contribution to the reserve. So, yeah. But it doesn't matter, I guess.
Yeah, good point though.
All right, so I've made a note of it. On to the next section, please, for the capital funding sources.
Mhm.
Councillor Thompson, we don't need to go through
We
that
don't,
section,
no.
that's just.
Okay. And the same with the bottom one, the grants and contributions?
That's correct. Yeah, that's so that make sure we have enough funding for the expenditures.
Councillor Gray?
Thank you, Councillor Epp. I'm
Michelle?
just...
Donaldson.
Councillor Donaldson.
That's okay.
I'm interested to just chat a little bit about the what we've got going up in the bufferland. And we've talked back and forth, and I know the working group is getting started and things like that. But if we are to improve or alter what we think the plan might be from the developer, which is a fairly straightforward detention pond, let's say a hole in the ground with cloth and rock sand and a pipe, if we want to make a change that with bioswales and engineered wetland, that's going to cost some more money. And I'm wondering, is this the time that we should be setting aside some money to do that? Of course, I'll be honest in a minute. It's not something that's going to happen next year or the year after. Presumably it's going to happen the next few months. It's early. I don't have a price for that, but I thought perhaps we should talk about it. And I don't know, Mayor Little, I know it was a few meetings ago, you talked about you've been up there with the mayor and the engineers and developer and stuff, and there was some news, but we're just holding back until the right time. Is there anything that would help us in that kind of decision here about what we might do or what Langford's thinking about doing as a developer, whoever was meeting? Nothing?
No, I don't have any more information on that.
Okay.
I think it was Councillor Donaldson and Councillor Shukin that met with the engineer to get a briefing on the stormwater management. Did he mention anything about additional costs? Of course, he wouldn't have mentioned the natural swales or. I think that's the first time we talked about. We've mentioned natural swales at the stormwater retention. When the natural swales were discussed, it was ditching on the regular roads. It wasn't in the bufferlands. I can see the merit in having a wetland, recreating what was there, but we haven't discussed it.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't maybe introduce a new word. What I was meaning was an engineered wetland, but we need to have some swales to slow down the water to go into the wetland. However, just that idea of something better than what would be delivered to us under contract. And I just don't want to miss the opportunity that here we are talking about what we might do, and then we say, oh, as you said a moment ago, we didn't set any money aside. I guess we won't. We'll just let it be a hole in the ground with a pipe. I'm just not sure where we can. We've been raising it, and I'm just not sure how we tackle that, except by putting some money aside here or finding out what might be reasonable. We don't have a plan from Langford. We don't have a plan from the developer, so it's a bit of a difficult spot. I'm not raising it to be controversial, just rather want to think about. It'd be a shame if we got there and said, "Oh, can't do anything."
Mm-hmm. Mayor Bill?
That's a good point, except for I don't know what would be better. Better of what? We don't, as you say, we don't have a plan. I wouldn't even know what to suggest because we don't know what baseline is. What are we actually going to get there? And those are questions that Gary asked at last night's council meeting in terms of a plan, communication with Langford. So if we say we want something better than what is there, that what is being proposed or what will be given, I don't know what that would be. So I can't ethically say, okay, put $20,000 to better what?
Yeah, I'm thinking about the issue of water quality in Bilston Creek as compared to volume. The volume problem presumably be engineered, but then the question of the quality. It's just a big interest of mine, and I think of many people in our community. And I wasn't meaning. I just thought you might have an answer about that meetings you held, but if not, that's okay. Anything we can do about it, Councillor Rapp? Is there? Or Councillor Donaldson?
I'd like to hear what Councillor Shukin has to say about it.
Yeah, well, I'm suspecting that the timing of actually doing anything is really next year's. Given that we have not seen a layout from the developer, like at least a current one, and then the working group is going to go through and do its thing. The one, in terms of the source of funds, this is the kind of thing I could see accessing at reserve funds if there was an amount there that's suitable. However, again, if you want to do something that's sort of, water infrastructure, we're probably looking at 6 figures, not 5. So, but I think our reserve funds might be suitable. So, yeah.
through the chair, so the wetland, or that detention pond won't happen until a year from now?
That's pure speculation on my part, so.
Okay. I was thinking it would get going before construction and all that.
Yeah.
Well, the other 4 or 5 that are there are definitely there to slow things down, but their construction mandate is usually quite swift, so I understand your concern. And Mr. Smurfett did have quite a few action items on his proposal last night, so I think those are the next steps to finding out what Langford knows and what the developer is going to deliver as well, and where we fit into all of that.
Yeah.
Great. So maybe for completion, then I'll just offer the other things that I'm thinking about in terms of our, the climate plan. We'll get something out of a climate plan, and we'll look at it. And we'll probably be talking about a survey of culverts around, and seeing if there's danger of flooding. And then the other will be fire preparation. And of course, the fire department does an awful lot of that now, but I expect what we're going to, well, I shouldn't pre-guess it, but come out of this plan is going to be more fire protection type activities. And so maybe it doesn't come up in our capital here, but it will in years to come. So just mentioning it for completion. Thank you.
Okay. Marilyn?
So the assessment of the culverts would be done with the roads plan, because the roads are tied to the culverts, or the culverts are tied to the roads, so that would be assessed there, and that would be written into the plan for not only the roads plan, but also the culvert plan. There's no sense in doing just roads and not looking after the culverts.
Yeah, that's great.
That's a really good point. And then I think the CRD has numbers to help us with the flow around most of the culverts. In fact, it's quite an interesting data set that they have to help in that process.
Okay, so can we turn to page 8, please? I think we're finished on 7, correct?
Give me a break for a minute.
Sure. Would the committee like to take a bit of a break? 5 minutes? Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
It's the most painful of the time of year.
Yes, it really is.
Just go to your
Don't drink in there. Pardon? Don't drink in there. So at what point are we going to be discussing the operating budget, the additions to the operating budget?
Well, so that's a question we need to ask today, because when I read the first page here, is it the first? The first page saying that the operating budget discussion was concluded on February 28th. That's on page 3.
But then it said council directed staff to add the following expenses to the operating budget.
Mm-hmm.
So
The
that's,
following expenses, I'm assuming what we're discussing today as well.
so that's what I'd like to know is when we're going to be talking about that.
Sorry.
Cleared the room out there.
Oh, sorry to keep this on.
What did I miss? Where did everybody go?
Yes, that is.
What did I miss? Is it break time? Oh. You know, speaking of windfall, I'm just going to throw this at you because you use it.
Okay, everybody ready? Okay, so on to page 8, please. Okay, and the first line is under general government resources for staff. Any comments or feedback, Councillor?
Yeah, I just don't, we added or reopened the operating budget to add the potential cost of a CAO and a consultant to do a needs assessment, which runs over $200,000. So I'm not sure, since we're doing a capital, how this is all going to work in, because I would like to have a discussion about that. That's a huge tax increase, and I think we need to discuss it.
I agree. Okay, where would you like to start?
Well, is this a place to do it, or this isn't? I don't think, because we're in capital budget right now, right? So
this sheet is just for tracking purposes, that all the reductions that the committee has requested, with the exception of a couple of corrections. One of them was, so if you notice from the fourth line from the bottom, it says road marking. So originally I had it at 40,000 because I incorrectly assumed that the 80,000 was for line painting for the whole district. 80,000 was actually half. So 40,000 is to paint a quarter of the district. So that's what has adjusted that up to that amount, which is to do the line painting of half of the district.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the second line on the bottom, that is to show that, so originally we had thought we would get $500 in grants from others. Turns out we got it for $14,380. So that's to show that grant that's we have received. And also, along that same line, road marking, it's showing the additional 20,000, which is going to be offset by the grant. So we're saying that total cost of the Hans Helgas and crosswalks 20,000. So it's addition to the 75,000, but it's offset by the 14,380 from the grant. So the net, the district is 5640. Okay. So that's just to keep track.
So the road marking above, that's for half the district, and the road marking at the very bottom is just for
for crosswalks and other things. So the road marking above is line painting, like painting the center lines and all that stuff. Yeah.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes, Councillor Sugar.
Okay, so I would like to think that the road management plan, the paving and the maintenance plan, might also cover line painting, and what approach we take with that, and maybe again target some areas. I do recognize that this is potentially a safety issue as well, but I'm wondering if we can stick with a quarter of the district for the coming year, with a focus on areas of high need, and then relook at this again once we do the road management plan.
Councillor?
Well, I think this really is a real road safety issue. I think the way the paint fades, I don't think we can limit our painting to a quarter. We get a lot of complaints about the lines as it is, because people can't see at night, and especially in the rain. And I just think cutting something that is really crucial to safety is just not a good idea.
Councillor Gray.
Yeah, I mean, you guys know I don't know much about these things, but it seems to me that the safety would trump the cost savings here. I don't really have a big issue with that. That's what we would typically do. On the other hand, I'm supporting the previous discussion about the road maintenance plan in regard to changing the repaving and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
I'm okay with that, but I don't see whacking this all back. On the other hand, I don't disagree with what Councillor Schuch is saying. Like, let's get a look at this, and so our future years will have a plan laid out for ourselves.
So I just have a question to Sue Lynn. So the road marking, it's a total of 190,000? Is that how I'm reading that? Because I'm adding both of them together there.
So, yeah, the live painting and other crosswalks, and also replacing the reflective delineators. Those recessed delineators, those have been all, most of them have bought, have dislodged.
Yeah.
So that includes all that, so those kind of markings, yes. Yeah. So keeping in mind too, that includes the $20,000 for heads-uppers.
It also includes probably doing the crosswalk, at the Goose Crosswalk by Glen Forest, as well as we have the lights already for the crosswalk, the Goose Crosswalk by Kangaroo. So the new lines need to be painted there as well.
Okay.
And hopefully down the road, the one at Matheson.
Yeah, I would hope that Glen Forest wouldn't need painting this year, but we'll see.
We'll see,
Yeah. Mayor Little.
Yeah, so I was just looking at the February 28th finance meeting, and for road marking year-to-date, or even the projection, it's the same figure, 51,000. And in 2021, it was 22,000. There wasn't an actual for the 2022, but it was 22,000, then 51,000. That's usually how we base the next year, as we look back, see what we spent, and see if there's a need. Can you comment on that?
There's been a huge increase in cost.
You mean in materials?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Everything is just skyrocketed.
Yeah.
Councilor Gray.
Yeah, if I could just jump in. So I take it that we're looking at these items here because these are the ones that really affect the tax increase. So if I'm not incorrect, the original budget was at 8.4% tax increase, and the column on the right is a 13.8 tax increase. So that's, so Mayor Little, you're talking earlier about cutting. So this is the place to cut if you're concerned about tax increases this year. And so a 13.8 tax increase here we've got through our discussions. And I guess I had a couple of questions. We had the RCMP contract we saw up on the slide earlier, and I think I wrote down, it was so it's 13.8 plus the RCMP taxes, so anywhere from 2.5 to 3.7. Can we add those figures together through the chair, Sue? Is that reasonable to do, or are they just separate items? You could add them together. So we're looking at something like a 17% tax increase. If that, so I wonder through the chair, Sue, do you have numbers for other jurisdictions where what they're looking at? I've seen some in the newspaper, but is there any hint of where everybody else is at?
Yes, I do have that, because one of the other municipalities did send out a request for tax increase.
Are we high or low, or where are we at?
We're the highest right now. So the second highest that hasn't been approved yet is at 11.64, followed by just slightly under 10, and the lowest is 4.93.
Okay. All right, and then we heard before about the greater Victoria Public Library increase was a 5.9% increase. And Mayor Lilly, you're saying that's a $58 to $60 per person hit. So there's a lot of money here. So I guess that puts it in perspective of what we might look at in terms of reductions. You were saying maybe now's the time to talk about the top line budget and the resources for staff. So I looked at this and went back through the pages, And I see that these two positions are, the one is the assistant for Tina, and that's at $71,343 per 1 FTE. It's reduced here to $47,562. But that position, which seems to me to be quite important, is 2% annual, 2%, responsible for 2% of the increase. So, and we read before, of course, that the staff are overstretched and under-resourced. And this position, just talking about it for a minute, it looks to me like when I look at the numbers that there's no staff increase, this is basically coming up to complement. And we've been running our staff since, I'm not sure when Tammy left, but I think last summer, something like that. So we've been running understaffed that entire time.
Can I just have a conversation with Councillor Gray?
Yes, Marilyn.
Could you not refer to specific names at a
Certainly.
public meeting, please?
Yeah, it's just important people know where this position sits in our makeup. And so what I guess I'm concerned about is we can't keep going with that. We need to get that position filled as soon as possible. We were first alerted to it on January 23rd and have taken no action. The second position, my concern there is basically health and safety of the current staff and getting the work done. And I don't want to continue working in a place where we're not respecting the staff in terms of dealing with their workload. So I'm speaking in favor of that dollar commitment, even though on an annualized basis it's about 2%. The second position would be for replacing the CAO or bringing in a CAO. That would amount to an additional staff person. Under a previous regime, we had a CFO, CAO, and CO who was in charge of the staff. And now we have an acting person in the place of a CFO, CAO, and CO. If we bring in a new CAO, that means adding a staff person, and that as an annual cost of 5% tax increase. This year only 2.56%, but next year a 5% tax increase. And I'm not supporting that move at this time, mostly because I feel like under the current circumstance, the council is getting all the work done that we need done. We've been incredibly productive, I can see, as compared to what I've seen before. I've not had a single complaint about any of the services that the district provides, so things seem to be running fairly well. Except for that one pothole on La Bonne Road. I heard about that a bunch, and actually at a different position was that we shouldn't fix it to keep the cars slow, but there you go. So when I think about that, I'm not in any hurry to, and also when I've asked the staff there's no big pressure on that on their side to move along. We're having a good assistance on that side of things. So I see a 5% tax increase for that position not really necessary at the moment, and so I don't support that. And that would be a significant reduction in our cost here before us. Of course, I'll point out that the past council, the one who hired the current CFO, and provide the appointments of both corporate officer and the CAO position, and both the mayor and councillor Epp are involved in those decisions. So I'm concerned about the dollar value, the tax increase, and a position I don't see needed. I'm not saying that we shouldn't move at some point to either confirm the existing CAO in their position or hire, move to a competition for someone else. But I don't think the time is right for that now.
Mayor Little.
Yeah, so the original plan was to hire a CFO and to hire eventually a CAO. That was the plan. What we have right now is, you're right, we have somebody in the CFO, CAO, CO, and approving officer position. It's a lot for one person. There are things that we will want to do, including all the bylaw reviews, good governance. I'm really thinking that I think it's imperative that we have a skilled, experienced person in that role to guide us. And the current interim CEO was hired for the chief financial officer position. The original intent was we weren't going to fill the one QP position, and that's well documented. That was filled. But the person came into the job as a CFO. And I think that in what I'm seeing is we need that, we need a CAO. We have an interim CAO right now. We need a permanent CAO, and we need a CFO. So I agree that we also need a legislative assistant, but I also agree that we need a chief administrative officer.
I agree. I was led to believe that we actually were supposed to be hiring a CAO, and in our when we first started these discussions where we ranked them, it was a bit of a chart that we all got, and the wording was additional CAO. So yes, we are expected. It's written here. That's right from the start of these deliberations. We've been discussing an additional CAO with the staffing that we have right now.
Can I clarify that? It's not an additional CAO. It would be a singular CAO. It's not an additional CAO.
Right.
The CFO would be, or the person who's now interim CAO, CFO would be, go back to being the CFO for what she was hired as. It's not an additional CAO.
Right. It is singular, and that's what it says right here. It's not linked with anything else. Anybody else? Councillor?
Well, at our last meeting, or one of the last meetings, what was moved was to consider in the operating budget the recruitment and hiring of a permanent CAO at $179,500, which is annual wages including benefits, as well as the engagement of a consultant to perform organizational and staffing review at $25,000. I don't agree with either of those. I think it's, considering our huge tax increase we're already looking at, I think it's irresponsible. I think the municipality is moving along quite well. There's been a huge change in council, and I think the main person that needs to be replaced is our vacant union position that has been vacant since last summer. So I think that is absolutely necessary to replace that position on staff. But I think that these other hires of a CAO and a consultant should be deferred to next year's budget and considered at that time, not this year.
Councillor Shukin?
So I am supportive of moving ahead with recruiting a new CAO and also bringing in the person to do the organizational review as well. And I have some faith that there's cross-functional abilities within our current team, and there simply has to be, given that we have such a small complement, that if somebody goes on vacation, that function doesn't cease. There needs to be some backup throughout the team, whether finance or bylaw or building permits or what, or just and legislative services as well. So I have no doubt in my mind that our current legislative services position needs some help. But I think there are other ways of doing that, and I think we're going to discover them. So we've talked quite a bit about this, and I think there's alignment, and there's some disalignment too, but I think we sort of understand where we sit with all of this. So.
Marilyn?
And also the figure of 179.5, we're already in March. This is probably not going to happen until June or July. It says here best practice is to budget for the full year's wage. I would ask why, because that would be just padding the budget. That's not going to be used because it's January, February, March has already gone. That doesn't make sense to me.
So is Clara specifying a report that if you budget for a full year's wages, the hit next year is going to be, it's smoothed out. So you have for you this year, for you next year. However, I must point out that 13.8% only includes 6 months. You'll note on page 8, it says 8 months for the legislative assistant and 6 months for the CAO. So that is really 6 months.
Councillor Gray.
And that's why I was providing annualized figures so you get an idea what the total hit is. So I guess I'm back to the issue of moving quickly to get an assistant so that we can ramp up our activities and delay the approach on the CEO position. I think that the current CEO has been performing admirably given the reality of a new council and the workload, both as the CEO, as you mentioned, Mayor Little, and the CFO, CO, and approving officer. Not too different from the past before I was elected. And I want to comment specifically about the integrity, leadership, and the stability that the current interim CEO has been providing. We've had ongoing advice on administrative processes, how the district's organized, how to get things done has proved invaluable. And our strategy sessions, really we're running a pretty tight ship here, and we've got a positive culture on the staff side of things.
I think we should move to a vote.
Certainly. Well, I'll make a motion then that we confirm in the budget the amounts for the legislative services assistant. Maybe we'll start with that.
Okay.
If there's a seconder.
I'll second.
So the amount is,
It'll be 71,000 and change for the full year. So we're looking at 7 months. So that's about 50,000, 49,000 and change, almost 50,000.
Thank you.
So we got a mover and a seconder. Any discussion? Any further discussion?
no, actually I'd like to say that it's not just one person that is concerned about staff. I think all 5 of us are concerned about staff. We're concerned about their health, their mental health, and it's not just one person that is advocating for this position. We all have heard that there is a need, and we've all heard and said that we care about the mental health and the physical health of our employees.
Yes, that's true. We have done that, and we've also we also recognize the intense time that we've been going through with the adjustment of new council budget and pending holidays coming up in the summer as well. Councillor Shukin, you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm not going to support the motion. That does not by any means say that I don't recognize the workload that staff are under right now. What I do believe is that we should move ahead with getting the organizational review, and I expressed a number of reasons as to why that should happen. We're a new team. The past mayor was in place for several decades. We have a new CAO. We have a new interim CAO, but no CAO. I think there's a good reason to have a closer look at how the full team is resourced. So I won't support this motion, but I know that there is some work that needs to be done with the team to give people a break for sure. So.
Okay. Any other comments?
So this is the motion again.
Councillor Gray?
Tina?
So moved by Councillor Gray and seconded by Councillor F that the committee confirm an amount of $50,000 in the 5-year financial plan for the legislative services assistant position.
Maybe we could just add the word permanent. Why I'm saying that's 50,000 this year, it goes up next year.
Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Opposed is Councillor Shukin, Mayor Little, and Councillor Donaldson.
defeated. I'll make another motion, and this motion would be that we not proceed to fund the position of a CAO at this time.
And a seconder?
Sure. I don't know if you wanted to second the motion.
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay. And discussion. Councillor Shukin?
Thanks, I'm going to oppose the motion.
Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is defeated.
Who voted opposed?
Opposed is Councillor Shukin, Mayor Little, and Councillor Donaldson.
So Councillor Donaldson, I think we need to make a motion toward where we, the opposite motion. What are we going to do?
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I would move that we allocate funding for 6 months in the current budget year for a permanent CAO.
And a seconder, please. So, motion by Councillor Shukin and second by Mayor Little. Discussion? Councillor Gray.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that my concern here relates to the finances of the district and the current proposed tax increase, and I don't feel that that we're in need of this position at this time, given that things are running so smoothly on this in terms of the services being provided to council, the services being provided to our community, and the relationships within the staff themselves in terms of the management at the present time.
Any other comments? Councillor Epp.
Yes, given what I said before, I oppose this motion. I think this is going to cause even more disruption in a difficult year. And I think it's irresponsible. I don't think it's the right move for this municipality.
Mayor Little.
Yeah, I think it's a very good move. I think we cannot afford to not do this. At what cost would that incur? I think it is responsible to look forward to shoring up and filling that permanent CAO position and allowing the person that was hired as a chief financial officer at the time, we've all seen the contract, to return to that position and do the job that she was hired to do.
And I'll weigh in with my comments. In watching the proceedings of the budgets last year and understanding how the discussions of how the succession planning for staff was going forward, we were scheduled to have 2 of our staff retire. One was our bookkeeper and the other was deputy corporate officer. There was a third one, and that was a contractor, and that was our accountant. So then we were to hire the CFO, which we did do, and we did keep our bookkeeper retired. We replaced that position. I understood it to be phased out and have the CFO take care of the responsibilities of that role as well as the accountant. But that isn't the case we're at right now. We have a CFO, we have the full-time person that does the bookkeeping, as well as we do have Mr. Weller doing our accounts this year. So that's this year, and then going forward, yes, the CFO would do the full job. We would have the bookkeeper there, and I was led to believe that during those talks and in subsequent council meetings that we would be hiring a CAO, and it was publicly stated even in early fall before we were heading into elections. And even the public has said to me after securing my seat at this table, oh, I guess you will be hiring a CAO. So that's where I have always interpreted the progression of hiring these staff members that we're talking about. Marilyn.
Yeah, you brought up some interesting points there. I forgot, in this report, it doesn't talk about the different offsets. So the interim CAO and the CFO position, there's a differential there that's not, so that would be a savings of a number of dollars. The contractor CA, CPA, which I thought would go away as of September, and we're still paying that person to now, so that would go away as well. So that those are savings that have been accounted for in this report.
Any other comments?
And the other thing is I remember seeing that we had included $10,000 for the CAO holiday. I don't think that's necessary because in the past we've had the fire chief sit in as a CAO. So I don't think it's necessary that we would have to hire additional staff to cover the vacation when we've got another very qualified leader, senior leader in the organization.
And that's correct. That is the practice we've done for a number of years, and it's worked quite well. Okay, seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed?
Opposed?
Opposed. Councillor Epp and Councillor Gray?
Councillor,
Yes, Councillor Schick.
I'd like to make a motion that we allocate the amount budgeted, I believe it's $25,000, $23,000, for the consultant to do the organizational review.
Okay. And a seconder for that? Marilyn will second. And Councillor Schick moves. Discussion? Councillor Gray?
Yeah, I think it's unnecessary spend. The motion that just passed was to hire a CAO, and so when a CAO comes in, they'll organize things as they wish. It seems a bit excessive then to take that person and tell them how they're going to organize things before they arrive, if that's the plan. I just think it's a waste of money. Given the decision to hire a CAO.
Sorry?
I think it's a waste of money given the decision to hire a CAO. The person that we bring in presumably will have a good sense of what they would like to do. I'm hoping that our current CAO will apply for the position. But we run a very lean shop here. For years, I've lived in the community a long time. This is a lean shop. There's not much extra people around here. You can move the chairs around a little bit, but we have, to my count, in the office, six staff at the moment. And paying somebody $20,000 to decide how you're going to organize 6 staff seems a little excessive to me.
It is my understanding that this person would be doing an assessment, not telling people what to do, so collecting information for council.
Maybe you could describe what the job is then. I thought it was to look at organizing the staff in a different way.
Marilyn?
Yeah, you just brought up one important point, Councillor Gray, and I think it's a valid point that if we were to hire somebody in to give them buy-in, I actually would not like that if there was an outside organizational review and then I was hired to fulfill that. And so we should allow that CAO to have input into the operational review. So I think that's a good point. And so it would be incumbent upon us to hiring somebody with those qualifications that they can do an overall operational review and a needs assessment of the entire organization. And I think that's a good point. And if we can save money, then great.
Okay.
I'm not unpersuaded by Councillor Gray and Mayor Little's comments. I guess I'm just wondering too about the timing, dynamics like timing, who we get. We might find that, the choice of candidates is a little bit more complicated than we thought. However, I won't, I think that's a valid point though about the new person coming in and, being given the opportunity to put their stamp in terms of,
Yeah, you definitely want the person to have buy-in into their, how they're going to organize the shop. Yeah.
Councillor.
I think it's unfortunate that we won't consider hiring someone to replace our vacant staff position, and yet we'd be willing to spend $25,000 on yet another consultant.
Councillor Gray.
Can I ask who moved the motion?
I did.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor?
Yeah.
And a second? Yes, Councillor.
Oh, sorry, who seconded? Was there a second?
Mayor Little.
Did I second it?
Yes, I wrote it down.
Yeah.
So, Councillor Shukin, would you be willing to withdraw your motion? Or are you stuck on
No,
the...
not at all. No, I think it's worth, being open to persuasion and influenced by council colleagues. So
Yeah.
I'm happy to withdraw the motion if there's no support.
I don't think
Councillor Donaldson.
And that's actually precisely what we do at the table, is everybody comes to the table with an open mind and be willing to be persuaded by your colleagues, so.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Point of order.
What is your point, Councillor Gray?
Yeah, I don't know that the person who's moved the motion can actually remove it from the table. I think once it's been seconded, it's property of the entire committee now, and we have to, as a group, decide whether or not it can be removed from the table.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's good. Okay, thanks. Good on Councillor
We
Craig.
just vote on it.
Yeah. Okay.
Shall we call a vote?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All in favor of the motion? And opposed?
Opposed.
The motion is defeated.
Thanks. That's yet another good lesson in Robert's rules. But sorry.
Sorry, can I just get was everybody opposed?
Opposed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so, yes, Councillor Gray.
I just had one other thing to add. I know we've got a list here to go through, and I guess we're going to start cutting seriously now. Or maybe not. Maybe we're happy with the tax increase. But we're missing something very important. Recently, I received an email a copy of an email from Mayor Little to the Bilston Creek Watershed Association, and it was laying out a plan for Todd Creek, doing some analysis of the creek, $47,000 for a snapshot, and an annual price of $197,000. And I'm feeling that we should have money in the budget for water testing. Will be a lot of disruption on that. Now, maybe I could ask, though, before making a motion in that regard, I could ask Councillor Shukin, you don't think we're going to need this till a year from now, till 2024? Like, maybe it's next year's budget, so I don't want to move it today if we're going to do it next year.
Well, Councillor Gray, on the next page, there is something in the one-time project ranking for a contract for hydrologist for the bufferland. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, I'm wondering if we wouldn't have an annual water testing going on there. So the hydrologist is a person, to look at where. I point out in council or in planning committee, one of the meetings we held, that it appears to me like the flow meter's in the wrong place, and so and then we heard from from Kim Hill a little while ago about the importance of perhaps having hydrologists assist the engineer. So that was that point. This was more to do with the water testing, $150,000 a year, it looks like, or $197,000 a year from that work that we got from the CRD proposal. I don't know if that's the right number. Others have been looking at this more carefully than myself, but I just wondered if we may have an ongoing sort of $200,000 price for testing the water in Bilston.
Mayor Little?
I don't remember a report from the CRD for Bilston Creek. What do you mean 197,000?
It was an email from yourself to a variety of people in the Bilston Creek Watershed Protection Association on February 18th, and it was talking about Todd Creek and Councillor Jeremy Cardona and Victoria had put forward a whole proposal. The kinds of things that were measured which would be relevant, I think, in Bilston Creek, were drugs, polyaromatic hydrocarbons, PFASs, fecal coliform counts, that kind of thing. So it's an important thing about the quality of the water. Earlier today I was talking about the wetland to sort of try and clean some of that out, and I much appreciated your notion, Councillor Shukin, that it would be, maybe that's we don't need to be working on the pond until a year from now, so that's great news. And so maybe this testing would happen just before we get going on that.
Marilyn?
Okay, so this was for Todd Creek, mostly in Saanich. I can't speak to Bilston Creek because there are two different creeks. I don't know whether the figure of 197 would be applicable to Bilston Creek. You're asking us to comment on something that hasn't been assessed yet. So, and I really can't make a decision on pure speculation and gut instinct on this.
Councillor Shukin.
I'm supportive of allocating budget for the hydrologist because I think that might be important for us to have access to this year. I think it's too early to allocate funding for water testing right now. We in the district don't have that expertise, and the Bilston Creek group is getting going in terms of the advice that they might be able to give us in time. So.
Okay. Councillor Gray.
So I'll just say thanks for that, Councillor Shukin. I appreciate your advice. I'm behind on this. I'm just sort of catching up, reading emails that are going around, and wanted to be sure we didn't miss it. And if we're okay, we're okay. I won't make a motion in this regard tonight. Thank you.
Okay, so can we return to the list, please?
Councillor Donaldson.
Yes, Councillor Shukin.
Okay, so part of the, some of the items on the list here, there's a number of them in terms of roads here. And they've been reduced in terms of our input the last time. I was hoping for a greater reduction. And one area that I do not see a reduction in is shouldering, which has jumped from $4,000 to $75,000. Now, I do see in years past that it was much higher, so I don't think reducing it to $4,000 is appropriate. But again, I go back to this plan about the road, the paving, and the management plan that we should do, and that in 2023, that we keep our maintenance costs to focus on safety and where there's potential for damage to property. So really, this year is cut it back to a level where that just simply addresses safety and the impacts of property damage. So shouldering, and again, I'm wondering if, and sensing that we can reduce shouldering a little further. So again, the desire is to package the road, and all of the elements under road, and again, I go back to ditching and culverts. That has jumped from $20,000 to $65,000. So we can't stop doing this work, but I'm sensing that we can cut it back this year till we have a plan. And right at the very beginning of the meeting, we talked about the live swales as well, and whether there's potential for that. Okay. So yeah.
So when we did the shouldering, the $4,379, that was a fee that we paid the paving companies to do.
Okay.
Because we don't have it graded. We have not graded in many years, or contracted out. The proposed budget for it was $75,000. I agree with you. Either we don't do it or we do a small amount. But even 5 times that, it's almost not worth getting a grader out for $20,000 because they're not going to do much work. So to forego that particular activity for this year, I would support. As far as the ditching and the culverts, this is also something that was brought up at last council, and there were a number of residents that spoke about leaving the vegetation in, and we heard that again tonight. There's more and more information about that sort of thing, and I don't think we need to do a pilot project, honestly. I think that those areas that, like Councillor Epp said, there are some critical areas that do get clogged up. And our works crews are probably the most familiar with that. There are a lot of ditches that don't. We've got one on this property right now that has a lot of vegetation in it. Water does run through it. We did, both Councillor Epp and Mayor Little helped with broom bashing and bramble clearing last year with the equestrians, doing the whole fence line of the property between the municipality and the Rimmers. And so that's a really good example of a ditch working very, very well. The one from the top of where the cafe is, down William Head Road, not quite as much. It's something we need to look at just because there's some sledge there, but I don't believe it needs to be dug out. I just think the type of vegetation grows, and we have lots of environmental people that are keen to take care of those sorts of things too, including MIASC is an instrumental group. So I would definitely support the more vegetative approach to our ditches and those that really do need it to be done. Again, that's an assessment, and I think that our works guys could probably give us, we don't have to hire somebody for that, we have staff that actually could do that.
Okay.
But the aggressive ditching we've been doing for 15, 20 years, and I've experienced that because the shoulders are getting narrower for when I'm out walking or riding. Yeah. Arden Road is a good example, and Pearson College Way was another one. Glen Forest Way was another as well. I don't dare even walk down there anymore. It's just not, there's nothing there. Go ahead, Councillor Gray.
I'm just admitting again my ignorance of all of these issues, not being familiar with them. But I don't see shouldering on here, so I'm curious. Is he mowing shoulders?
I was wondering that too. I can't figure out where you are.
So anyway, that's one thing, but so we could find it in a minute, but isn't shouldering about sort of supporting the pavement? And if the shoulder is like on Neil Road in front of Bonnie Boover's place, you can see how it's all being scored away. And then the pavement will break, won't it? Don't you need to?
So that's the other side of it, yes.
The other side meaning that's why we do it?
No. So the shouldering to bring a grader in is the buildup of organic material. So as Councillor Epp will recall last year on Liberty Road, where the neighbors were all up in arms because the grader had come along to prepare it to be paved, well, and they didn't want it paved either, but then left all these lumps and stuff like that. So then the paving company comes in, does the paving, and then they'll come back later, as we saw over here on the Rocky Point Road, which you probably saw. They put in the gravel. There's a little gravel apron they put in. It's about 15 inches.
Or is that the shouldering and then care of that?
So the one shouldering is bringing in the grader. That's the one that was on the February 28th, right? There is another way of doing it also to enhance what Bonnie was talking about, and it's the sloughing away of the gravel. That happened a lot after they did a lot of work on Neil Road. I don't know if it was the time of year or whatever. We had a great big rain and it just washed a lot of the fresh gravel away. You'll see it at the top of Arden Road near Eleanor Man, where the works crew identified the road actually failing. And so they actually had to build up, and I think I suggested to Councillor Chukin to take a walk up there. They had to go and build that up with cement and rocks.
So are we taking that away? So that I'm just worried. I think we should
maintain. Depending on what the shouldering concept actually is, but if we've only paid 4,000, it tells me we haven't done either.
4,000
in last year.
What sheet is it on?
Sorry, this is the budget package, the agenda package from February 28th.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Oh, I don't have that one.
Sorry, I should have mentioned that.
Transportation.
Very helpful.
It'll be
in
at the
terms of
bottom of the
the
page. Bottom. That's right.
And again, I go back to, cutting it right down to nothing is not, on a sustained basis, is not the thing to do. Or it doesn't seem like it anyways. But so the actual spend in 2021 was $29,000. The spend in 2022, well, the year to date in 2022 was only $4,000. So, and then this year's, the budget is $75,000 for shouldering.
Can you give me the line item on the
It's,
far left?
So if you look on the package of February 28th, it is on page 21, and the line item is 2363.
Okay.
And so I would make a motion toward this, is to assess, or to come back with a budget that reflects action with a priority on safety and property damage, preventing property damage. And that all other expenses in terms of these things be scaled back until we complete the road management plan, the paving and the maintenance plan.
Okay, so,
For this year.
so the actual shouldering, I think, is two-part. One, it's either the grading
Yeah.
or it's the replenishing of gravel, to have a gravel apron outside of it. So we need need to decide about that as well. And the line item here on our package today, it says mowing shoulders, and actually, I think it actually is mowing, not shoulders, because we did see that the 2023 budget for shoulders was 45,000, so I'm not even sure.
I just speak in favor of what Councillor Shugan, I think, is proposing, which is to set the parameters, like the vision here, safety and
Property damage. Cars.
And then ask staff to provide us. I can't decide without some advice from staff about what does that mean.
Yeah.
And they come and say, well, we can do it for this dollar value, then you can look at it then. But I'm reluctant to start changing each number without knowing what that means with regards to the vision you're proposing. I much appreciate that. Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor?
Thank you. So as far as the shouldering goes, I did a ride along with Gord last year, and he showed me on the side of the road how the buildup, showing about the grading part, how the buildup causes destruction of the asphalt because the water doesn't run off into the ditch, it runs onto the road and destroys the edges. The other issue with the increased cost, besides the cost of normal costs going up, is that the ruling came in last year from the province that now the material taken off the shoulders has to be environmentally tested, which is extremely expensive. As well, as Councillor Donaldson said earlier, we don't have any place locally anymore to deposit the stuff scraped up the side of the roads. And unless something can be found for that, it has to be trucked over the Malhap, which is again an increased cost.
That's the dollar value.
Yes, Councillor Shugan.
No, and to Councillor Epps' point, I think there's, again, it's not to stop doing the service, it's to assess how and when we do it and what the implications are of not doing it. And then when we, again, do aggressive ditching, as you say, what the overall costs are going to be. So I think that there's a plan that we can put in place. But what I guess I'm reflecting on is the significant increases to things like ditching and culverts, shouldering, mowing. And there's a set down here, again, sorry, should have brought copies for everybody, but in the February 28th budget, there's really big cost increases there. I think it's over 130,000.
It was actually 242,000.
Yeah.
In that section.
And some of that I remember Gord saying it's catch up, gotcha, but I think we should work with a plan and like a more of a stated philosophy in terms of how we do roads. And that's what the hope is with this assessment. So.
Mayor Little.
Yeah, that's extremely well said. I work much better when we have a plan before us, and it includes the rationale for our changing our philosophy, and that did. I had it circled, and I think questions were asked at the February 28th meeting why there is such an increase between 4,300 and 75,000. Something's shifted there. That was all that was spent last year, and why is it a priority this year? It begs the question. As well, the minor capital works also, that was something that I wanted to discuss as well on the February 28th.
So I think that big shift was because we did have a volunteers roads assessment kind of done, right? To give us an idea of what we're working with, and these were where those numbers all came from. That doesn't mean we have to do them, but that's what came out of that assessment with staff and the volunteer expert. with Councillor Gray first and then Mayor Little.
Yeah, just being cognizant of the idea you put forward, Councillor Shukin, that it seems to me that there may in fact be increases in maintenance if we're not paving. You know, that whole idea that has been kicked around before. I think we got in a bit of a circular argument the last time we talked about this, but there is a notion of making sure we maintain our roads. That's my concern about the shouldering that I'm thinking of when, we won't shoulder, and then the sides of the roads fall away, and then we go, damn, and we got to pay, excuse me. Then we have to pave it, or whatever. Like, let's not damage the roads by reducing these dollar values, and that's why I'm with you in terms of getting further advice on this. And we're running short of time, of course. We've taken a lot of time going through
Okay, and so
line by line and stuff. I'm not thinking tonight, but I mean, generally speaking, our schedule is going to run out.
Right. So, and while we're still on this particular topic, the mowing shoulder, so that's when a mower comes along and takes the grass down, and that is part of fire prevention.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that one also jumped up. That one went from 12,000 to 45,000. So that's significant. It's one person, one mower. And even at $100 an hour with this machine, it could be more. That's almost 12 weeks of work. And I mean, we had a short growing season last year. So I could see that one, 12,000 last year, maybe only double it, but not quadruple it. Quadrupling is not fiscally responsible. And is that a high priority? Not as much as shouldering when it comes to replacing gravel that's washed away, that sort of thing.
So we did reduce it at our last meeting from 45 to 40. Again, fire risk is going to be one of our big worries.
Well, we are well equipped to take care of grass fires for sure.
With the truck.
Well,
that would be overkill. But
I'm deeply concerned about fire.
Councillor Donaldson, I would like to move that we ask staff to review closely all.
There's a motion on the table already?
There's a motion that has not been seconded.
Oh.
So.
Can you read us the motion, please?
Sure. So, moved by Councillor Shukin, that the committee directs staff to come back with a budget that reflects action with a priority around safety and preventing property damage, and that these things be scaled back until staff come back with a permanent roads management plan.
I'm good with that motion. So safety, which also would include fire risk, but and staff specifically look at the roads and streets sort of package of budget allocations. And again, this is the stuff at the bottom of page 21 of the February 28th budget.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any further comments about that particular motion, committee?
Yeah, I don't, sorry to do this, but the second part of the motion is to reduce it to something or other, but to what? Or just, we're going to get the plan and then decide.
It's to reduce it as much as possible, keeping in mind health, safety, and property protection.
As an example, instead of quadrupling it, maybe it only gets doubled.
Yeah, just one is to write a plan, the second is to reduce it, but isn't the plan to reduce it?
I think we've already made a motion.
I just want to hear it again. I'm confused what we're.
So that the committee directs staff to come back with a budget that reflects action with a priority around safety, fire, and preventing property damage, and that these things be scaled back until staff come back with a permanent roads management plan.
So it's the part about these things be scaled back, like to what?
Well, okay, so
maybe give it.
Thanks, Ina. I would say that staff look for opportunities to reduce these budget allocations to a level that damn it, excuse my language. What I'm trying to say is that to a level. Sorry, this was also easy just a few minutes ago.
To a level that maintains safety.
Yeah.
Road damage is
Okay,
important.
so to reduce as possible to a level that maintains health, safety, and avoids property damage. Reduces as much as possible, comma, to a level that prevents or supports health and safety and prevents property damage. How is that?
Can you say road damage as well, or is that part of property?
Well, it would be vehicles,
That's property
bikes,
damage,
yeah.
District's property.
Yeah, I mean, if we don't do the shouldering and the pavement breaks off, that's included? Like, the property, I mean, private property or public, like our road, are we talking about the road itself? I'm not meaning to be difficult here, just,
Well, I'm thinking more vehicles. How about just vehicle damage? Like,
okay.
yeah.
And we don't care if the road degrades or whatever?
Well, not. Yeah, well, no, I think we do.
Yeah.
You know, if there's a big pothole that's causing problems and again, damage to vehicles, that's something we'd go after.
I'm just suggesting including road damage as part of our interest.
Road damage.
Avoiding road damage to the road.
Yeah.
The shouldering example is the one I've been trying to explain, but maybe not getting
Okay.
through.
I guess my question is, and I ask this in all sincerity, is what? Yeah, no, it's a good point. I guess my question would be is, this is an awful one to say, but what is going to happen in the course of a year? So if something
Yeah.
dramatic is going to happen if we don't take action in this year, then we should do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, it's just because we're doing maintenance of roads, we want to make sure the
Yeah.
roads are actually, we're not cutting back the maintenance so much that, oh my gosh, we're going to start paving next year again.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
That's
I
what
think
I'm
that
just trying to get to
we've
that.
already agreed that the crack and seal and the identified roads, so that'll be taken care of. Those roads have been identified. I don't know, there's been, but there could be more, yes.
Yeah.
And that would be the overall assessment, the continuing
Maybe I'm just trying to get it,
precise.
I'd like to vote for it. It's just that the question of the, I don't want them to say, we won't do the shouldering here because what the heck, it's just going to wreck the road. And I'm saying, no, we want to make sure to do the shouldering to maintain the road. I mean, if it's not understood, that's.
Well,
And did we have a second for that?
Yes.
Yes, we did. Okay, so we got a motion, we got a first and a second.
I just want to mention that we'll leave it to the experts. All five of us, this isn't our field of study, this isn't our expertise. We'll leave it to the experts, what they recommend.
Yeah, and my point was just to let them know we were concerned about the roads lasting as well.
No,
And I get the point that we won't do that, but I was trying to leave it to the experts, exactly.
So the
Yeah.
integrity of the
Integrity
roads,
of the road.
yeah,
Can I ask Tina to read the motion one more time?
sure.
Tina.
Okay, that the committee directs staff to look for opportunities to reduce budget allocations to a level that support health and safety and avoid vehicle damage, and that staff come back with a permanent roads management plan.
I think we've already made the motion about the plan and the assessment. I think that should be left off this motion. Or until such time. No, I think it should just be, you can leave it off, because I think this is just for this current budget year that we're looking at, so. Okay, thanks, Tina. Sorry for keeping you so long. I'm
So when you're saying like the health and wellness or the health and safety, it's the integrity of the road that you're concerned about, correct? For the safety of, like the building with.
Yeah,
so just
I mean, if
break
there's
away.
if there's a spot that needs mowing because there's a fire risk there, it should be done.
Mhm.
If there's a pavement that,
It's crumbling, you need
Yeah.
proper,
but again, going and doing the old standard ditching program, I think we're saying essentially is not on anymore. We want to relook at that.
yeah.
Um,
I think we all have, I think it's consensus about
Yeah.
the road ditching now.
Yeah.
Integrity of the road.
But again, we're going back to this thing that we want to relook at the paving and the care of our roads and relaunch a plan ideally. So, and this is, until we do that, are we really needing to spend a lot of money on advancing a program? So.
Can we just add maintaining integrity of the roadway, just so we make sure we don't get a silly response which leaves that out?
Sure.
Thank you.
By maintaining
The integrity of the roadway.
Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion?
Okay.
Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor F opposes. Okay. Anything else on this page?
Yeah,
That wasn't on the page, so.
Councillor, Councillor Gray.
I'm concerned about the legal fees. I know I raise this almost every time we meet, but I think we were made aware the other day of our legal bills are rising. And through the chairman, we could ask Sue then again, what was our last couple of months of legal bills?
They've been around $12,000 a month.
So $12,000 a month, we will chew through, well, I guess we have chewed through 30 grand.
Which
You know, we're-
which ones are you talking about?
Well,
The combined? 'Cause
either or.
there's 80,000 total there.
Yeah, exactly. And so it was 80,000 in 2 months. We've gone through 24, so we're left with 56,000. And we'll, if we continue at the same rate, we'll be through that in a couple of months, kind of thing. So, you know, the dollar values just aren't adequate for our current burn. We haven't done a lot, but we've sought a lot of advice, and I'm just anxious that if we continue on the same path, we don't have nearly enough money to make it to the summertime.
Any other comments? Councillor?
Yeah, I agree the legal fees aren't nearly adequate. We also voted at a meeting yesterday to proceed with a potential action that could cost us up to $100,000 in legal fees. So I don't know what we do with legal fees, but this is not enough money.
Any other comments? You want to suggest that we increase it or leave it?
I'm suggesting that we increase it. Do we want to double it to 100,000?
Which one? Right now it's 80,000. If we
I'm
look
looking
at
at
both of them.
bylaw legal, which I think is the one where actions might arise.
Okay.
But I don't know if these are combined in terms of the background accounting, but essentially I'm just looking at I don't know what the correct value is, but let's say we do pursue a couple of court actions, this money will be used up quickly. So let's say pursue a couple of court actions. So what does that turn into? It seems like a much larger number, and I'm not able to estimate that.
Could I propose that we add another 30,000 to the budget? I mean, I don't want to increase, but I see the point that Councillors Epp and Gray are making. The other thing, I don't want to seem like I'm always going to the piggy bank, but I might be inclined to access our legal reserve based on how much is there. And particularly because some of the issues that we're facing are hangovers from previous years, previous councils, and are significant, I would say, in terms of the future of the chosen, but I assume it has raised.
I strongly advise against accessing the reserve. It's not the legal reserve, it's actually legal and consulting reserve. It doesn't have a high balance at all. That the intent of that money is for unforeseen suits that we're hoping it won't happen, but if it does.
Okay. So something like let's say we had an insurance claim or something like that? Or is that?
Yeah, something like that, and then we lose.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, insurance doesn't pay. I mean, it's the balance in there right now will not take us far if we get an unexpected.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm talking unexpected here, so.
Point taken. Thanks.
Marilyn?
I'm not in favor of doubling it for sure. I think if it's there, we'll be tempted to spend it, and we have had some frivolous requests for legal, and I don't think that's the way to go. We need legal advice when we absolutely need it, but I don't think we should be budgeting more in anticipation that we'll use more. I think that would be irresponsible.
Okay, so it is definitely an increase. Do we want to leave it at 50 or do we want to change it? It's not going to lower, we do know that.
So I can just ask the question, irresponsible in the sense of budgeting for costs that we're anticipating because we want to uphold some bylaws that we've talked about. I don't know, didn't quite understand how that would be irresponsible.
I'm just saying that if we have extra money, one might be tempted to actually spend to that amount. I see that this has increased from 35,000 to 50,000. There's a lot of things we'd like to do in the district. We just don't have the money to do it. And I think we have to be really careful with our legal fees.
Right, we burned through 24,000 in a couple of months. So that kind of almost wipes out last year's amount of money. So it's not like I'm talking through my hat here. I'm just saying we don't have the money. That means that the council will need to be satisfied that, and the community, that we're not going to follow through on major issues that we encounter.
I would propose that we add $30,000 to the
Bylaw legal?
yeah, either or. I mean, probably bylaw legal.
I'll second that.
So motion by Councillor Shukin?
Yeah.
Did you make a motion? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, sure.
Proposal. And second by Councillor Gray. Any other discussion? Call the question. Those in favor?
Aye.
And opposed?
Opposed?
Opposed, Mayor Lou? Okay. Are we comfortable with the rest of the list that's on this page? Councillor Gray.
Can we reduce FOI any further?
We were advised not to, as there's some, where is that one now?
Second line down.
We did reduce it already, right? And it's my understanding that there's some action happening there that I don't think we can go much lower. Yeah, let me get there. Okay, so can we move on to the next page, please? Page 9. One-timers.
Can I just ask a quick question of Councillor Epps? So the road marking, had the budget's been doubled from, well, more than doubled, from 40,000 to 95,000, and that's because of the increase in costs of the paint?
Yeah.
So the paint has increased, it's doubled?
No, the 90,000 was for painting half the municipality. I had misunderstood it to mean painting the whole municipality, so I only put it half, for 40,000 in the original budget. But I was corrected and told that the 90,000 was for painting half of the municipality, not the whole municipality. So 40,000 does a quarter of the municipality.
And this is lines, right? Lines.
Correct.
So the 95 is for half.
Half.
And what did we spend last year?
I don't have that information ready to go.
We didn't do, they couldn't get paint last year, so last year's isn't really applicable. They got as much as they could, but
What
they
about
weren't able to do all
2021,
of
do you
those.
remember? Do you remember what 2021 was? What?
No.
If it's road marking, would it be under road marking? 2021, the actual was 22,000. The actual in 2022, no, the projection in 2022 was 51,000. Road marking, so I don't know if that's the same thing. But
So we've gone from 21,000 in 2021, we didn't do any in 2022, up to 95,000
We
for
did,
half.
we did some, yeah. It's not that we didn't do any, we did some.
That's a big jump.
It is.
That's a huge jump.
It is. So, what does the committee feel? Do they want to just do quarter, third, half as proposed here?
Won't this be picked up by our earlier motion?
Yeah, we already
Don't
talked
think
about
it's
this.
under that one. Don't think it's under that section of the
Probably
budget.
isn't.
Well,
But,
okay.
yeah.
So the concern that I know some of our residents have, those who travel at nighttime in the rain or the winter, there's not a lot of reflective in this particular paint that we get. So if it wears away, then you don't see it, and we don't have street lights. Those were some safety concerns, and I do remember some feedback on that. Mayor Little?
Yeah, but I know that there's been safety concerns on Liberty for years and years and years, and there's areas there where there's no paint at all. And no attempt to do any painting, so it comes back to we need a plan.
Yeah, so maybe our arterial roads, just like we have a priority plan for snow removal, some main roads, there's like secondary roads, that sort of thing. Councillor?
I mean, there already is a plan as far as how they judge what roads that they are painting. A lot of the arterial roads, the side roads aren't painted because they're not wide enough to have lines. And I've been through this with Public Works like a few years ago because people were questioning why the road didn't have lines. There has to be a certain distance, and a lot of them aren't wide enough. But the safety factor is huge, and a lot of complaints we get about not being able to see the lines at night.
Councillor Gray?
Yeah, and if our job is to set the vision, I think safety we've already put into our other motions being a primary concern of ours, and it seems safety is our big issue here. I'm not moved to change position at the moment.
If we could somehow put this into that previous motion,
Okay.
and again, I don't want to short us, but again, if we can reduce it for the 1 year, so it's we hit the high priority areas and don't just randomly do stuff. And I don't know if that's even ever the case, but yeah. So if we could put this again, this is an element in terms of
That motion is already done. It has to be another one.
I'm sorry, team?
That ship has sailed.
Oh, okay.
You have to make a new.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
They'll probably all do it at the same time, but
Yeah,
just
okay.
for
Thanks.
proper governance.
Okay, for sure. I will move that that staff reconsider road marking in terms of reducing the budget for the year. However, look at doing work that supports health and safety, road safety. That's a really mixed up motion, but it's
vision, right?
Yeah,
It's the vision.
It's reduce it, but don't short out on safety
I'll second that.
I think those work together.
that's true.
Okay, so Councillor Shukin made the motion and Mayor Little seconded. Any other discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, opposed is Councillor Epp and Councillor Gray. Okay, so next page. Anybody from the public want to talk? Comment?
I have 2 comments. Kara Coughlin, 11 Prairie Crossroads. So 2 comments. First of all, in regards to your discussions on road damage and I guess saving the pavement. Shouldering is one of those things that I wouldn't necessarily look at decreasing. It does extend the life of the pavement quite a bit. And it is something that you'll find if you go along the roads, if there's not enough, I guess, road material, you'll either break away or vice versa, you'll have shrubbage that will end up degrading the pavement. And you've already looked at decreasing the amount of money you're spending on paving projects. You want to make sure that your maintenance is probably a little higher than you would normally do instead of trying to cut both.
The other comment is the district hired a CFO with the understanding that we needed a person in a hybrid position between the CFO and the CAO as a small municipality. I've heard members of this council speak ad nauseum about tightening belts. What happened tonight is a poor example of just that.
Thank you for your comments. On to page 9, please. Okay, one-time projects. As you recall, we did some ranking. So we will look at the so then just for clarification, the top 3, that's the past?
Yes, the top 3 were
It's money spent already.
no money that was taxed but wasn't spent. So it's all part of all forms, part of the surplus.
Okay. Where would you like to start, Kimmy?
Right at the top.
Okay. Go ahead.
Sure.
Councillor Gray.
Well, jumping back to the agriculture plan, we touched on it a lot. I was concerned, as everybody knows, about the $40,000 cost and the other $20,000 estimate, cost sharing and all that kind of thing. So we heard from Alex Fletcher, maybe it's a couple of weeks ago, that they're not as hopeful to get any cost sharing at this time. I spoke to a friend who does consulting type work, and he suggested that one approach when you're uncertain about this is to set a dollar value, lay out what you're looking for, what's the scope of the plan you want, set a dollar value, and shop around with some consultants and see what they come back, and they may say, oh yeah, for 20 grand I'll do all of what you like, or they might say, no, I can do half of it or whatever. So I'm feeling still a bit skittish about the $40,000 figure. Not for the reason of not supporting achieving an agricultural plan, but rather that I think we need to go through a little process to make sure that we're not throwing money. You set it at $40,000. The consultant's going to say it'll cost you $40,000. I would prefer that some management occur here, where we actually lay out what's the scope of the plan, and what we can talk to, have the staff talk to consultants and see, well, what could they do for that? Just so we don't play our hand too early on this thing and spend an extra $10,000 or $20,000 that doesn't need to be spent. So I'm totally in favor of a plan. I'm not speaking against that. I'm speaking about a process to set a dollar figure. So that's what I'm thinking about there. And again, not do this, but get it right. Maybe another way to approach it would be set 20 grand this year and have them do it, and then next year do what's missing and approach the second half of the plan or second portion of the plan. Those are just some ideas for consideration.
Okay, so this topic has been on the books for over a year, up to a year now. And we missed the boat the first time around, and now it's actually 40 to 60,000. It's just a basis, really. It's not just 40,000. So similar to other ones, it can be stated up to or whatever. It's not. Yeah. Councillor or Mayor Little, you have more information and experience with the agricultural plan, and we did have a farmer from the Ag Committee, a couple of them actually, speak about this, but specifically Mr. Alex Fletcher had spoken about this quite eloquently and gave quite a bit of detail.
So in order for us to use the agricultural plan the way it's intended to, not only a plan for our district, but also to apply for provincial or federal funding, we need a proper agricultural plan. If it had been approved last year, there was opportunities for cost sharing up to $20,000. That fund is that is closed. That opportunity has closed. We were told by the Ministry of Forest representatives, they're not consultants, they have a good handle on agricultural plans. We were told that at a minimum, you can expect to spend $40,000. And so what my concern of is if we say, well, you can only have $20,000, you'll get what you pay for. And why go through the motions just to get a plan that is insufficient for our needs? And if we've been told by the ministry's representative minimum is 40, why would we go less than that? And I don't think you would say to a consultant, we have $40,000. That you would go out and ask consultants what their fees are for a comprehensive agricultural plan, similar to the, I think it was the Salt Spring Island had one, and other smaller communities, smaller rural communities in the interior. So this was based on expert advice from the ministry. I'd be worried also about doing 20,000 this year and 20,000 next year. I mean, when is this going to end? They've been asking for this for probably over a decade. I think we just need to fund the agricultural fund, the agricultural plan, so that can be used to leverage for other money. Sometimes you have to spend money to get money.
Thank you. Councillor Shukin.
I'm in support of continuing with the $40,000, and again, not happily so, but I hear Mary Little's comments and again, the amount of time this has taken to and the lost opportunities that we've had. So, yeah.
Councillor Gray.
Yeah, thanks. Those are the same arguments I've heard before. We're trying to answer the question I'm asking, except that the ministry recommended at some point. It's pretty easy as a consultant to look at our budget and see what the dollar value is, so it's no surprise to anybody. If I was a consultant, I would certainly do that in terms of setting my price. I'm just thinking about spending prudently, and so often what you'll do if you're in this kind of situation in a government setting is that you actually don't put out the number like we're doing here, but you'll be aware of that. So I'm only just pleading for. Maybe I've made my statement. People can think about how they want to approach it. It just seems like a lot of money. I've yet to see in scope what this plan will cover. It's just called a plan, and without any information about what we're actually going to be doing. In other words, are we surveying all of the farms, or is that what we're doing, or are we writing about irrigation? Or are we? So when I've looked at other plans, they're built around the particular community within which they exist. And I haven't seen anything here, kind of like the things you've been asking about for paving, that give me an idea of what's in this plan so I know how much it's worth. I've asked a ton of times, the answer always comes the same, we need it to get to leverage money. That's not my question. My question is, what is it? What's the scope of it? What will be included? I have at home, I've written up a list of all of our work in the election. This is about 17 items of what I think would be likely to be in a plan, but I've had no word from anybody else about what's in a plan other than we need one to get other money. So I'll leave it there. Why don't we go to the next item?
Are we okay to move on?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So I can't remember exactly what is in the agricultural plan. It's been a year, April 29th, since this was discussed in detail at the agricultural forum, what was to be included in a plan. I'm not going to second guess the farmers in trying to micromanage what they would need. We would supply the funding, we would supply the leadership that we believe in the agricultural plan, and we would leave it up to them to execute it.
Well, with that, maybe I'll respond and say I looked at the agricultural forum documents this morning, and it doesn't lay out the scope of the plan, unfortunately, but there you go. Thank you.
Yeah, did you attend the agricultural forum?
No, I looked at the plan that you're referring to.
Okay, so we'll leave that one there. On to the next one, climate action. Additional, there was 5,000 in reserve that's going towards that. Mary Lou?
Can I get an estimate? I can't remember what the total figure for the climate action plan was.
$15,000.
15?
Yeah.
For the total? Okay, and that was with the additional 3,000 that we had added? Yeah.
I believe.
So it was 12,000, then it went to 15,000, and now you want another 5?
No, this is done. This is the end. This is what's been committed already.
Yeah, and I recall that as well. The original budget was something of the order of 10, and then we allocated an extra 5,000 for the adaptation. Yeah, the adaptation measures. So.
Okay. Next one, shoreline protection plan.
I would recommend that we strike this one. I don't see it as an urgent need. It'd be a neat one to have, but I would recommend we strike it.
Councillor Gray?
Yeah, well, I had taken that position previously that we would wait till next year. I'll just make the point that we've heard strong representations from Michelle Jones on the issue of developing a shoreline plan. Also, the work that's going in Colwood now, they are starting up their work on their shoreline plan, which we'd hope to work with. Also, Selby Saluki talked last night about the real importance of the climate change, and that we need to protect our natural assets. I think we really need to respect people like Selby when he raises those kinds of issues. So if we don't do it this year, maybe I'll just say I would like it in the 5-year plan to be included in next year's, moving out, so that we'll begin. If people are okay with that, we'd begin some of the work this year in terms of laying the groundwork, and then hopefully be ready to lay something out. And this relates partly to the issues that we've had around protecting our shoreline, both with covenants, whether that works or not. Just all those questions we have about the technicalities of doing a good job. There seems to be some push to develop our shoreline more than people had intended, and so that's the issue there. Thank you.
So, Councillor Gray, I have a question. So, could MIAS work on a shoreline plan, and then next year we can allocate this fund towards?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Exactly. We'll do some of the groundwork.
Right.
Just like the agriculture committee's presumably done quite a bit of groundwork for their agricultural plan.
Right.
And we'll begin the groundwork, but no money needed this year, following on Councillor Shukin's suggestion. Thank you.
So we push that off to 2024?
If people are open to that, yes.
Can
we have the chance to approve it or not next year when the time comes.
Yes, that's right, revisit it, yes. Any other comments about this committee? Okay.
One thing that I had mentioned, there was a number of reports that Gary Fletcher had done on the shoreline in terms of protection and visioning. Has that been unearthed, and the plan that is not valid, or what?
Yeah, we've spoken to Gary about that, and he's taking a look as well at some work that others have been doing in terms of mapping, and he's yet to bring that back. But that's right, he's done a bit of work on the topic, and we have a green blue space strategy. There's a bunch of documents that we can put together, as we're saying, lay the groundwork this year, move to it next year.
Okay. Okay, and the next one is the fire hall feasibility study. Comments, Councillor Gray?
Yeah, I think this is the 40,000 that we see here, plus the 10,000 above, making 50,000 in total, if I'm reading the sheet properly. And I guess I'm a bit concerned that it's on our sheet tonight, but we've actually asked for some background information. Councillor Shukin asked for that in order that we could decide what we were going to do, what would the feasibility be about. So I'd like to see that material before we make a move on spending this money. What it is that we're not really certain what the rationale is for the fire hall work beyond the leaking roof and a potential earthquake. And there may be more, I just haven't heard from anybody about it.
Councillor, you've been on this committee from the start, January of 2022.
Well, as I said last night, the studies have been, the necessary studies have been done. The geotech study, the hazmat study, the hazardous material study, and the structural study on the fire hall, and all those, the structural particularly, does not, especially in the administration building, doesn't come close to meeting post-disaster standards, and even the bays, which we thought would probably be okay, aren't. And so, as this is the epicenter of our emergency operations in the case of a major disaster or major fire, earthquake or tsunami or whatever, I feel that that building has absolutely got to be safe for, and I mean, it doesn't do much good to have a to have a major fire if the building collapses on top of the fire truck. So in an earthquake. So, you know, I think we've done the studies, and the next step is to have an expert come in and, excuse me, and give us advice as to the direction to proceed and how to proceed. And that would be, you know, somebody that is an expert that can come in and say, well, you know, it's okay if we, you know, there are certain things we can do with the bays to improve the structure of them to make them safe, or it'd be better to replace them entirely. Or, you know, as the okay suggestion in this letter is to just put a new roof on it. And, you know, I think those are all questions that the public is going to ask, and we need to have, we've gone beyond what we can do as a committee, and we need to have an expert to come in, or experts to come in and give us some solid information on how to proceed and how much it's going to cost.
And to add to that, clarify, if you could clarify what I'm going to say here. Also, oftentimes these people that do these studies are architects, so it could be the architect that does it and the architect that could be hired.
That's right.
Right, okay. And the chief did send out an example of a feasibility study that was done for Portland, which is a completely different community than us. I mean, they have 58,000 people, and it's, you know, they got 7-lane highways and bridges with cables and all sorts of things. But so it's a much bigger department that's going on there. But it gives you an idea of what a feasibility study might look like. Maybe we wouldn't need it as grand, but we would need somebody to give us an idea. I've also asked some of my colleagues in other municipalities who have had buildings that have been built. There's a lot of new fire halls actually across the region, and so if anything comes about, I can share that as well. But we've got something already to look at. So, yes, right.
And it's also to you know, to decide things, whether it's worthwhile to include the emergency operations center in a new building or not, or put a roof on it that could be capable, that had the possibility of building a second story in the future. There's a lot of different things to consider.
There's been some really good discussion, I think, at the table as far as they did find out they actually could stay in the same footprint because it was solid underneath. That was the drilling that they did. So that's good. The benefit to this municipality is actually we own the land. A lot of the other municipalities had to go out and get land and do that. And then there are examples in Greater Victoria area where departments have actually seismically supported parts of their building. As an example, there's two different departments, or not departments, two different halls in Saanich that did that, where they actually supported the apparatus bay, because if there is an event, you want your doors to open so your trucks can go. If the administration collapses, where at least you still got your emergency vehicles, we're still in business. We could still have prevention and safety factors taken care of in our community. So, Councillor Shidman.
So, I'm good with moving ahead with the allocation for the feasibility study. And the thing is, yeah, I did raise this issue the other day about not being clear on the need, although I've heard little bits and pieces here and there. I'm not doubting that the need exists. I can't articulate it as well as I should be. But I'm totally good with moving on the feasibility application. But is 40,000 enough? I'm hoping it is.
Well, it's 50 because
it's
10,000 up top there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the one thing to Councillor Gray's point, I mean, maybe there's some more work that needs to be done, but we're kind of running out of time with this year's budget. So I think if we wanted to move ahead, we need to make a decision. So.
Well, and so in that feasibility study, they'll say, you know, whether it's worthwhile securing half that building, the apparatus bay, and then building at a later date. We can start planning our budget for that, or doing the whole thing. Marilyn.
Yeah, so I didn't realize that there was a 10,000 for the replacement review. I thought that the replacement review would be molded into the fire hall feasibility. And so the feasibility study, based on what the fire chief has sent us, Port Coquitlam's scope of goods and services. So they want to receive these submissions from experienced fire service firms to look at. In the report, it would be an introduction. It would be all of the assessments that Councillor Epp has already mentioned regarding the background of the fire hall, and then objectives, exactly what Councillor Epp had said. Do we want the emergency services, the EOC, everything else here in the objective sections? Then it would be including the scope of the work of that consultant, the deliverables, as well as the anticipated timeline, and of course a price. I did ask the fire chief, because the original ask was $80,000, and she said no, it won't be, for sure not that high. She said 20 to 40, so I think we're fine with 40. I'm not sure if we need the one-time fire building replacement review. I thought that would come with the feasibility study, but.
Councillor Donaldson.
Yes.
Just a really quick point, and then Susan has her hand up as well.
Okay.
This is probably something we could take from the Growing Communities Fund, and without sort of feeling guilty that we're sneaking money away. But.
So just point of clarification, the name above from the brought forward, that was what was called in 2022. So she's maintaining the same name, but it is, the purpose is for feasibility study for the fire hall.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So, so Mary Lily, you're saying we can drop this number to 30,000 because we've got 10 above that, would give a total of 40,000?
Well, that's what I was thinking.
Great, thank you.
Is that okay, Councillor Epp?
That we're reducing it now?
So my question was the one-time fire building replacement review. Is that in addition to the fire hall feasibility study, or does the feasibility study also include the replacement review? Aren't we talking about the same thing here?
So can we just combine them, or?
Yeah, I think that was.
So right now we're at a total of 50.
Right now, the total is 50.
Right.
Yeah.
So would that be fine, Sue, then, if we have that at 40?
So 40 in total is absolutely up to the committee. We can put that at 40 again. I have no way of judging if that's sufficient for, I have no knowledge about how much it costs to do the fire hall feasibility study.
Councillor Schuken?
I think we should keep it at just 40,
Okay.
not and strike the 10.
Okay.
And again, I wonder if there's the Growing Communities Fund might be accessible if we feel the need for it. So.
Okay, are we satisfied with that, committee?
I think so. I'm understanding now. Thanks very much, Councillor Donaldson. I get it now. The idea, and Councillor Epp, thank you. The idea here is that we're going to find out what needs to be done and what not needs to be done through this process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like an assessment.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to leave that at 40. Scrap the 10, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Right, okay. All right. Okay. The development accessibility plan, that's the one we discussed last night with the province, right? So that is non-negotiable, correct?
That's correct.
Correct, okay. Funding for the heat pump, I thought we already talked about this.
And we talked about this, we were going to reduce it to 16, I think he said. Was it 16?
I don't recall what was agreed. I think what we said we would approve the amount, but then try and twist the arm of the CMA and see to get their support. Sorry, funding from them as well.
Councillor Gray, do you have a comment about that?
No, that's my recollection as well.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, that's the heat pump and invasive species management.
Rabbits.
That's coming out of the reserve. Okay, concrete barriers.
I think this is one we should probably go with. It sounds like it's.
I have lived in this area for a long time, and that's the first time it's ever happened. And it's speed. Those estuaries, it's always about speed. If people would just go, even if they didn't go this posted limit, which is, and it's 30 or 40, you can safely go through there at 50. But there was this recent incident where it wiped out the front hedge. And it was speed. And the road conditions were good, as I recall. So, I think we've invested a lot in that area with the delineators, lots of reflective signs. We've got in our budget to actually improve the signs with reflection. Councillor has been very successful in grants for flashing lights and whatnot, and there are other styles of flashing light to just warn people that, you know, there are these S-turns ahead and they need to follow the speed limit. I think that we might be better to have, now that we're paying into policing, have more, and Mr. Preston said that, let me know which areas are of concern, and those S-turns are critical. And it's always speed and distracted driving, always. I didn't, at first when I read this, I didn't connect the two with the household that was involved. I thought it was just the amount of people going off into the creek, and that, of course, would be, ICBC gets involved with that, obviously, and pays out and whatnot, and hopefully there's never a spill of any kind of contaminants or whatever. But, so, yeah, I'd like to hear what others have to say about these concrete no-post barriers.
So, can I, point of information?
Okay.
Where do you stand on the amount? Where do you stand on the amount? Fund it, don't fund it? Zero, okay.
Because I think there are other preventions that are within our reach. Yeah.
Thanks, and I'm willing to defer to your comments, just given how your knowledge of the area, how long you've been here. So.
Mayor Little?
Well, it may be necessary at some point, but I don't think it's necessary this year. It is a safety concern. I think we should acknowledge that and perhaps do it on another year. I also agree that I don't remember hearing about barriers in the last 4 years, and if it ever has been proposed.
This accident only happened probably in the last 4 to 6 weeks.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. And it was speed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can easily come around there without going into that person's yard. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody's ever gone into that yard.
I'm happy to decrease this to 0 and defer it to another year.
Any comments, Councillor?
Well, just I don't know if Councillor Epp can shed any light on it, or Sue Lynn.
Not me, I don't know enough about it. I know there was a car went into the creek somewhere in the last few months, but I'm not sure which one it was.
There's been more than one incident. So I can't say how many, but it's been more than one.
And drink driving, or do we know? I guess we wouldn't really know what's happened.
I don't know the cause.
So did it come up through the Public Works crew?
Yeah, actually it was a complaint. It came in through, I believe it was the property owner, or a member of the public, anyways, whether it was property owner or not, and also from the Public Works crew.
Yeah, the property owners have been there just a few years, I think. Did you want to chime in? Right.
If I could, I lived in the area for 34 years, and it's almost monthly that you hear the sirens come from the fire hall, and they turn off at the S corners. Like, the accidents there are very frequent. Unfortunately, no one's been. Well, actually, someone was killed. A young woman was killed probably 20 years ago in that bend. So, concrete barriers. The accident's already happened. I think it should be more on the preventative end. It keeps people from running into somebody's house, but I think the problem is the speed. So certainly more signage, and as Councillor Donaldson alluded to, maybe something like Councillor Epps' solar panel type flashing lights would get people's attention, but I think comfort barriers are after the accident, and people could be killed running into those. Let's try and prevent the accident from happening. That would be my thought. Thank you.
Yeah, so let's put this off for a year, and I think consider something like flashing lights. I don't know how many more grants ICBC is going to have available this year. Probably none, because we've tapped into those pretty good. But and I think getting Officer Preston's people to give us an idea too, because they have call-outs there. Marilyn, you had a comment?
Yeah, I just through the chair asked a question of Councillor Epp. The flashing sign that's in the village by the preschool, was that a permanent fixture, or was that meant to be there for a while and then move on, the flashing?
For the radar speed sign?
Coming
40K.
from Colwood, the 40K flashing sign into the village.
Oh, into the village. Yeah, they're meant to be permanent because they lower it. We have a 40-kilometer speed zone there, so that's what they say. They're not terribly expensive, but then we need that road safety fund, or to use the growing communities fund.
Okay, so we're okay, Councillor Gray.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. I'm just wondering, again, new to all of this, but this is another safety issue. Are there people that we can consult about that to say, yeah, that makes sense, or not a good idea? I take the points that you've made sound very sensible to me, but I just don't know the nature of it.
Councillor Epp has had consultants out, and it's a fee to have consultants too, so yeah, we could do that. I just don't suggest that for this year. Prevention.
If everyone's comfortable, that's fine. I'm just don't know enough about it, but I accept the basic principle: prevention is better than cure.
Right. Okay. Okay. So shall we move on?
Yeah.
Okay. Contract for hydrologists for the bufferland.
Yeah. Well, people know where that's come from. Kim Hill particularly was talking about the other night, and it resonated with me. But otherwise, just the beginnings, and really, Councillor Shukin, this would be over to you. I just wanted to get it in the budget, if we could. So I asked Sue Lynn to speak to Al, find out, and I think Al said, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. So it was just to bolster the work there. I'm also wondering if we should have a line here that's about more engineering time. I'm just sort of curious, and Councillor Shukin, I'm not going to tread on any toes. I just think that, hey, maybe we need to sort of beef this up a little bit, get a project manager, whatever we need to make this thing work get some traction as it comes. It may not be tomorrow, but it seems like it's going to be in the next little while, getting some people working on this so that we're not left flat-footed. So the hydrologist is here, that's $20,000 figure, but I was also more asking, do we need some more engineering money and or a project manager to help?
Councillor Shukin.
So I'm good with this amount. However, I wonder if we could be a little bit more open in terms of what this fund might be allocated for. So it could be consulting expertise related to the bufferland, or consulting. I'm not going to say consulting expertise, but whether it's engineering or hydrological consulting.
So with that, what did we do with the Boys and Girls Club when there was ecosystems and that sort of stuff? Did we have somebody from UVic, from their environmental department or anything come out that didn't cost us? Is there that option?
I don't
remember.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No? Okay.
I think that because we're looking at the future of a community-owned asset, because there's potential of an impact from another municipality's development, I think there is a need for accessing expertise. $20,000 isn't that much, but I think we should keep it more open as to what the actual use is for. But again, it's bound to be water, and it's bound to be engineering services.
So this particular is in response to the comment that was brought up at the last council meeting. So this is strictly just for a service of a hydrologist. So if you're thinking that something more than that additional engineering time, this does not cover it.
Right.
So it's purely just for hydrologists.
I'm not opposed. This is a list of one time, so we don't necessarily hit them. And so I'm thinking, let's put an engineer in. Are they similar costs, these people, do you think?
So this is,
Like, I don't know.
no, so it depends on if you're looking at additional time, then we have to consider how much more time. So that's how we're gonna have to do the calculation.
Oh.
Councillor.
I don't know why we couldn't just keep it open, hydrologist or engineering. I'm not sure why it has to be, and I wouldn't want to increase the amount right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, if it's this or, not an addition. But I do have a feeling we're going to need some expertise as the year goes on, so.
Councillor Gray.
Yeah, so I guess let's just be clear. So I asked, would it work? Do we need the help? Our engineer says yes, that would help. Hours, translated into $20,000 for the hydrology services. So let's not shortchange that. I only raised the engineering because I thought maybe we need that too. But why don't we get the hydrologist on board at the minimum? And then if we need more money, we'll figure it out, I guess. I'm just not. There's a big question of water flow. That's what we're all about. So not having, well, I'll leave it there.
Is it just water flow? Is it just water flow that we're looking at?
Well, it could be water flow, water quality. I mean, it's.
Okay. So somebody, before Councillor Zhukin and Councillor Epp, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I had a long conversation with Kim Hill about this, and she's extremely concerned because a lot of the runoff during the recent rain was causing, muddy areas and the silt in the creeks, where the fish are supposed to be spawning one of these days. And, she just said it's just really, really important that we have somebody in Metchosin that can go and check out these water courses that are being affected by the development, especially. And, I think as far as an engineer goes, that down the road when the Bufferland Working Group gets going, there's going to be a lot of recommendations coming out of that and out of the public hearing, and then we can maybe move forward in the next budget to see about the costs involved with that.
Okay.
So what's your view on the cost or the amount here?
I think that's fine.
Okay.
Councillor Zhukin.
Again, I'm fine with it too. I just don't think there's no reason why we can't limit it, can't open it up to, I'm forgetting this acronym, QEP, Qualified
Environmental Professional.
Thank you. Yeah, because let's say we decided to do the live swales, let's say we decided to do, something, work with the developer. It may not be a hydrologist. It'll be some sort of engineering professional, which I think a hydrologist also essentially is.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay.
so $20,000 for expertise or a QEP or whatever. So.
I don't think $20,000 is going to cover very much if you want to get into somebody looking at swales and roadways and water courses.
That'll be the future.
Yeah.
It'll get us started on something.
Yeah. I'd like to leave it at a hydrologist.
Yeah, we'll leave the price where it's at and see what the need is, and I'm sure we'll be in consultation with the Bilston Group as well as a resource. Councillor Gray and then Mayor Little.
Do you need any more money in the working group budget? There's mention of legal services as well. Is that needed?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I'm clearly that's something I'd go through Sue Lynn. We decide on the applicability. So, and again, we work to frame the question up as closely as narrowly as possible.
Okay.
Mayor Little.
I like the idea of the QEP because that leaves it open. We've heard that staff all over and expertise is hard to come by these days. So what if we have this locked in as a hydrologist at $20,000, but we can't find one, but we can only find a qualified engineer who can do the same work. I don't know. I think we should be as flexible as possible so we can move quickly if we need to. So a qualified environmental person would be okay for me, but
So we've got a professional for the bufferlands at 20,000.
yeah. And do you think we can get a hydrologist?
Of course we can. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, but we, again, somebody like a Craig Barlow, who is a biologist, I think, by training. I mean, he might be, even if he helps us point us in the right direction. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. On to the next one. Patch roads. Sue Lynn, I'm not sure why this is in here as opposed to on the sheets we just finished with.
Because it's the one time,
Okay.
so
One
the
time
proposed funding is from the surplus. Now, I would like to remind you that we added $150,000 to this, because for Rhythm Head Road. So we're not paving, we're gonna patch or maintain instead, so that's another 150,000 for a total of 225. So the funding source for that is to be determined until the committee has gone through this list, and then I'll have to see how we're gonna fund $150,000.
Okay.
Councillor Johns.
Yes, Councillor Shuben.
So, and we're sure we're not double counting because it's here, but then it's also in the other spreadsheet as well.
Well, the other spreadsheet just shows also the funding sources.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. I'm good with this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next item is building fees bylaw, 10,000. We're good with it staying the way it is?
I am, yes.
Anybody else have a comment? No? Okay. Dutton Road lighting. Did we find out anything more? Yeah.
So this one is interesting, if I can say that, because it's no longer, it doesn't no longer has to adhere to Colwood standards. If we're going to go with just the chosen standards, it means there's no lights. However, on that street we have, I don't want to say have, we have some residents that want the lights, some residents that don't want the lights. So there lies a conundrum.
So if I understand you correctly, that we don't have any contractual obligations to provide the lighting. We've got a split, so 50% want the lights, 50% don't.
Or however, yeah, some that want it, some that don't want it. So the current situation right now, which has led to the required replacement, is somehow the residents are accessing the box, the ones that don't want it on, and turning them off. And then some are turning them back on, so, yeah. So that's interesting.
Okay, so if we don't have, so the infrastructure's there. I thought it needed to be upgraded.
It needed to be upgraded, so what's saying is if you don't upgrade it, obviously you don't need to spend the $20,000.
Okay.
But you also have the issue that some residents want the light and some don't want the light.
Okay, so if we don't upgrade it, can we lock that box? Can't secure it in any way. Oh Lord.
It's in a state right now that has to be replaced.
So replace or remove?
Correct.
Okay. Thoughts?
Is this a case? Is it how costly is it going to be to replace or remove, or like?
But
Sorry,
it's
how?
20,000.
It's right here. Yeah.
Oh, it is. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I think we should turn them out.
And so that would be 20,000 is what we're saying. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I thought it was the opposite. Maintaining them was going to be 20,000.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow. Is there a do nothing option?
Yeah. It's
Leave
either upgrade it or take it out.
But Okay, so sorry. Yeah, this is what I was confused about because I thought the 19,880 was to upgrade,
To replace it.
to replace it. But just turning it off or moving it is how much? We don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, sorry, that was my question.
Okay.
I would say that unless there's a compelling reason to keep the lights there, we remove them. That would be my position. And maybe the residents will feel differently and persuade us, but there has to be a compelling reason to keep them.
Are we obligated to consult with them, or this is our decision? Well, you said there's no contractual.
No, there's no contractual, we don't have, but we know in realities, there will be citizens that come here either support it or don't support it, or one of them might don't like it, so.
Yeah.
Well, it's like a lot of things, we advertise these meetings and then nobody reads the fine print and, complain later. That's historical.
I think for this year, we should just leave them, just turn them out and leave them until next year. It's gonna be really expensive to take them out of there too.
But we have no way of securing them. Well, I guess we just leave them and then, who pays the electricity bill?
Posts, right?
Electricity would pay for it.
So we're paying for it.
It doesn't seem that replacement is a necessary
No, it doesn't.
action.
Okay. So we can scratch this one then?
Mhm.
Yes, okay. Good. Funding for fire ATV. So I actually looked into this much earlier on and found that doesn't necessarily need to be replaced. It actually needs to be fixed, of the tune of about $2,000. It has what I think is called CV joints, which is common that wear on vehicles like this because of the activity they do with the four-wheeling and that sort of thing, like the terrain that they're going on. The rest of it's in really great shape. Yes.
So maybe we're going to remove it here and it can just be replaced, or it can just be fixed.
Fixed, yeah, that's what I would say.
And I don't think you need to put a dollar figure, I don't imagine.
It's a useful asset to have, but it was expressed to me that it has some joint issues.
And through the chair, do we need to note that at all? If we just take it off the list here and they can get it repaired through operational funds? Sue? Okay.
Yeah, I'll just remove it and make a note of it and let Stephanie know.
Yeah.
And last one on the list, the parking study. To assess and design parking strategy for the village core. Councillor Shukin.
I'd suggest removing it, but looking at it next year. And what I think one of the opportunities, we're going to have two great opportunities, if not more, with the Vintage Car Show and with Machosen Days to really see what parking and traffic flow and people is. So, and we might find that there's a good reason to do this next year, but I'd strike it this year.
Okay, and in our OCP, I noticed there's some drawings of different configurations of parking, which I think we probably hope that anyone involved in the school site has actually looked at for how to maximize the parking there. But yeah, I would appreciate us scratching this one this year too. So for 2024 consideration. Councillor Gray?
And can I just ask, do we need to have an item here, it's a one-time project, the road management plan? Is that a cost?
Yeah.
If it is, then we should put a dollar figure attached to it, and I think it probably rates up in the high group, but help me out here.
Would we not have our staff and maybe Mr. Bridges if it works kind of on that, or?
That was only a one-time offer of
I do know that there are people who've been following this have said that they would be interested in helping out with it. So I know Mr. Smurfett has a lot of background in these sorts of things, so he might be one person to consult with.
Yeah, to Steve's point, I do think we should allocate an amount. And again, one of the things that we talked about is reducing the contribution to the road reserve. And I think, again, reducing it by the study amount would be good. And as much as we might want to use volunteers, I think we should look at a credible engineering firm and get a panel of like local experts, of course, to review what they do. But I wouldn't want to rely on locals to do the actual work on a volunteer basis. And I would.
Yeah. Okay. Mary Lou.
When we met with the roads consultant who does the road consulting for Highlands, he wouldn't give us a figure on what he charged Highlands, but he said it was within a small municipal's budget. And so I was putting the pieces together, and I thought he was going to say about 20 to 30,000 for that consultant to put together an assessment and a plan for moving forward, so we can base our decisions on evidence and base our decisions on the report. I think it was 20 to 30.
And would this come out sooner?
If you're thinking, thinking about the radar ground penetrating, it was 50,000. The ground penetrating
Assessment.
Radar.
Radar would actually gives you an assessment of the base, and some base, not just visually looking at the surface.
Yeah.
So that's 50,000.
Wow. Yeah.
And that replaces, they drop a spike or something, and I'm not exactly sure what the methodology is the old-fashioned way versus the more scientific way, which is the radar method. I don't know if every consultant has the ability to have that equipment available and can run it or whatever, but that is an option if we wanted to go more high-tech road.
Would we have money? Would we have any money in the reserves that could be applied to something like that?
I'll have to assess now that because we added $150,000 for the additional budget.
Okay.
So as it stands right now, without $150,000, you're still $20,000 over surplus.
But sorry, just finish up this discussion about the consultants for the paving plan, maintenance plan. I think we should look at allocating something in the order of 50,000. And I'm betting it would be even more, but we also have that potential of using the Growing Communities Fund. And again, that's part of what the fund is set out for. So.
50,000.
So if I can suggest that we don't rely on using that, because if we can, it's great, because we don't know that what kind of study would qualify, would meet the criteria. So I would suggest we not count on that as a funding source, and like I said, if we can, that's great. If otherwise, then we'll find ourselves in a pretty difficult situation, counting on being able to use that funding and then to find out that it's not eligible. It's not eligible.
I'd still recommend $50,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Comments, committee? Anyone else?
No.
Anybody oppose that?
No, I think that's okay. We have to keep in mind that we have removed the pavings from this year, and we do need to pay attention to maintenance, absolutely.
So the one item that wasn't on the list that was brought up earlier is the crossing guard. So we're going to keep that, making sure that we're going to keep it as a one-time if it fits with the school district. Otherwise, we'll have to come back and have that follow-up conversation, because they'll have to go to the operating budget and we'll have to tax for it.
I'm betting it's a good plan or good possibility that it will be an ongoing.
I thought earlier on actually we did it have Councillor.
I was just gonna ask, so we can, if we say put $50,000 toward a road management plan, that money can come out of the same fund that the paving was going to come out of?
Not necessarily.
Because that's
No,
what
no,
Merrill's.
no, because the paving is coming out of the capital fund.
Right, that's what I was wondering, and these studies are operational, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
What?
so these studies have to come out of, we were way over now, we're about a couple $100,000 over the amount we have to spend for one time, so it means we've got to cut a lot of other stuff.
What I proposed earlier, though, is the fund that would normally go into the road maintenance or road paving reserve fund, or I forget what it's called, be reduced because we're not doing any serious paving this year. But again, reduced only for this year to cover some of these costs that were.
You just said that wouldn't cover.
No, I think we have a choice in terms of how much we top up the reserve with. I don't think we have we have discretion around that. So, and I think it's annually $800,000.
Contribution 800.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're finished going through the list.
Are we done?
Well, we've got some guidelines here from the CFO as to next steps. As far as dates and whatnot go. So what is the next date that we meet then?
So I'm proposing April 3rd. So I have to say that I'm concerned over the timeline because we've had so many cuts, and I'm sensing that it probably isn't going to get to the tax increase that the committee of the council wants to see. So when the overall plan is presented at April 3rd, which is the next meeting, and the following week we're proposing the open house, so there's lots and lots of changes at the April 3rd meeting. The next time you'll see it is at the open house, unless you can't even call it special meeting. I'm at a MI conference for the rest of the week of April 3rd.
So we're at the 21st today. Should we have a meeting next week?
We have, that's going to be tight.
Because we did miss one meeting in our schedule.
Right, but in terms of timeline, if we're going to have a meeting next week, I guess we'll do it next week.
Could we look at something on Friday or Thursday, like later in the week?
We don't have anything on Monday because it's meant to be a day to relax.
Oh,
I guess.
that's
I thought we had the Agricultural Advisory Select Committee.
When
Don't we have that on?
that's April. No, that's May.
That's May, so it's not next week.
So, yeah, we've got the 29th, 30th, and 31st. It's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
I guess it stands right now, we could do it.
There's a bunch of work to
I don't
put.
have enough time to get it done. So we need to advertise it. It has to be ready on the 28th. And I have appointments out of town, 25th and 7th, and 27th. So that gives me one day to get it done. 1.5 days.
So MEAS meets on Tuesday, and then
Well, take the time that we need, whatever it is.
and then you guys are we've got finance, council and finance, and
So
Is
this
the
will have to be a
AVIC getting in the
special
way?
on the 3rd.
You could cancel that.
So a special one on the 3rd before the
It'll
finance
have to be
council.
a special on the 3rd, yes.
We're gonna have a pretty heavy agenda that night too. We have inspector requesting coming that night to talk about police authorities.
Okay.
Well, we don't have to decide right this minute. There's obviously budget juggling here.
We might have to rejig our schedule a little bit, like bump everything. Or double up someplace.
So what's happening on Thursday, I guess, do you want to have a 30, so 30, so I don't have time to get it done. He has to go out with the 28th, right? He has to go out the latest to the public on the 28th.
Yeah.
So, I'm out of town the 25th and the 27th, so that leaves me tomorrow. So the 25th, 24th, that leaves me tomorrow to get it done. And half of Thursday, day.
That doesn't seem fair.
It doesn't seem fair.
It's way too many changes.
Is the answer though to push out?
Well, that's what I was thinking, so that we're not, so that, you know, Siouxland's not hitting the brick wall and we're being flexible with our schedule a little bit. We still need to get it done
So
by the 24th.
We can push out the open house to the week of the 17th, which means there can be no changes after the open house because the following week, the 24th, is when the first 3 readings has to happen.
That's right.
Is the AVIC in the way? We can cancel that and be here on the 13th and 14th.
The AVIC's on the
It's on
weekend, I
a
believe.
weekend, Friday,
Yeah.
Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, it's a weekend.
Oh, okay, I thought it was Thursday
17th
for
we're
some
back.
reason.
Could we,
Yeah, the committee meeting's on the 17th, as soon as we're back.
As we have it on I'll have the open house on the 18th. What's happening? Is there anything happening on the 18th?
I'm sorry, I can check the calendar. Could, with the broadcast still going, can we just adjourn and talk to the meeting?
Yes.
I move adjournment.
Second.
Well, Councillor.
Should be quorum.
I'll
Yeah.
get it now.
Councillor Gray has moved, Councillor F has second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried, thank you. So, we're
Thank
adjourned.
you. I feel a little bit like that situation where you're trying to move people to separate